Goat in the barnyard, fish in the river. Goat versus fish, better stand and deliver. I know it's disappointing to go from that gigantic jiggly ass to my ugly fucking face, but that's life. What are you going to do? Doesn't help that my hair is at a disastrous point in its fucking growth right now. Really should fucking just wear a hat, but fuck it. No reason to be bashful, right? No point in it. No point in all that vanity, all that hubris, right? Amen. Hoogity, boogity, wee. Why do goats and fish have to stand off? Why not goat plus fish? You speak heresy, sir. You'd have to ask goat versus fish. He's the expert. I don't really know. I couldn't tell you. It seems to me that goat and fish could get along, but apparently that's not true. That's not right. Do you think goat versus fish drops the act when he's like by himself? Like at the end of a long day of being goat versus fish, do you think he has other interests, or do you think he just sits around just like, God damn it, goat versus fish. I got to figure this out. I must determine the truth. He was probably just some normal dude that had a conversation while he was high, and some friend of his was like, man, yeah, goat versus fish. Some joke. He just latched onto it, made it his whole personality, and here he is. I've never seen him once betray that he thinks of anything else other than goat versus fish. There's got to be a real dude in there somewhere, though, right? Or is it like Gollum in the One Ring? He just can't give it up. Who knows? I don't. I can tell you that much. I don't fucking know. Somebody out there might know. It ain't me. I have a little heater going here. I don't know if you guys can hear that at all. Is there any extra like going on when I talk? I know that the noise gate kills it when I'm not talking, but sometimes something the noise gate kills when I'm not talking, you can still hear when I do talk. So let me know if you guys hear any sort of like background noise or whatever. My house obviously has, central air and heating and stuff, but this little standalone heater works a little better, and it's fucking cold out there. It's ridiculous. I had to crawl in my refrigerator for warmth. I don't understand why the lighting conditions in my room change. I have the same lights in the same places, but I feel like I look darker than normal. Who knows why? Is that a signed Terrifier pic in the background? No. It's kind of hard to show off because it loves to catch every glare in the room. But that is a piece of artwork depicting me being decapitated by Art the clown. And he is holding up my severed head. I got this for Christmas. From from Corey Clayton, who also did the 2 little Amazing Atheist animated shorts I posted on my channel a while back. I also wrote the script for an animation he did, SpongeBob 3. You can see that on the Corey Clayton YouTube channel if you want to go look at that. I also voiced a few characters in some of his cartoons. I voiced Yogi Bear. I didn't do the normal Yogi voice. The premise of the Yogi cartoon was that Yogi is not an actual bear, but just a depraved lunatic in a bear costume. And when he uses his real voice, I voiced that. So, yeah. And I think I voiced a couple other characters in Corey Clayton cartoons over the years. So, yes. Can you guys figure out a way to normalize the audio from all your sources? Maybe run it through a limiter or something. Me and Scotty have the same board. Paul is still on the old board. The old board crapped out for both me and Scotty. We all had the same board. Mine took a shit. Scotty's took a shit. Paul's somehow is still chugging along. So I have a new one. Scotty has a new one. Paul doesn't have a new one yet because his is still working. It's kind of hard to normalize audio from 3 different locations, especially now that we do the show via StreamYard, because they don't give you any sort of audio indication, which I think is an issue. I think they probably should introduce that feature at some point, because that would make things a lot easier for us. We'd be able to see where things are actually peaking audio-wise. Not only did I voice Yogi in that cartoon, I actually helped develop the concept of that cartoon as well. Corey knew he wanted to do a Yogi cartoon, but I brainstormed with him and came up with the concept of Yogi as a depraved lunatic living in a cave in the woods, murdering people and stealing their picnic baskets. Does one person get all of the summed audio and then stream it? No. It's all just streamed through StreamYard. You mentioned you live close to Boogie. How far away? I mean, I could see him now. I mean, there he is. You know, it's hard to miss him. You know, he's like a mountain around here. It's like Mount Boogie. Yes, picnic basket. I'm sorry. I mispronounced that. I didn't mean to say picnic basket. I meant to say picnic basket, right? Picnic basket. Where do I watch this cartoon? On the Corey Clayton YouTube channel. I'll go ahead and put it up for a moment here. I really need to bring this closer. Hold on. I need to do some desk rearranging. I've never mastered I've never found a configuration of desk elements that actually works for me. So, oops. Well, I fucked things up worse. Bear with me for a moment, please. Okay, what have I done? What's going on here? Hold on. I have to figure this out. What the fuck? How'd this even happen? What? Just stop that. Okay, there we go. Get over here, you fucking thing. Sack of shit. Okay, there we go. Now it's close enough to actually manipulate. That's not what I want. There we go. Yeah, you have the Corey Clayton YouTube channel over here. He's been focusing on other things besides animation lately. But he was doing YouTube animations for quite a while. This is the one, the SpongeBob 3 right here is the one that I wrote. I wrote that one. It was a little bit wordy. I've written for the screen in terms of like just giving myself some sort of like rant or something, but I've never written for the screen in terms of, writing for a cartoon. So it is a little bit wordy, but I'm overall proud of it. And he drew Sandy. That's the name of the squirrel, right? He drew that squirrel really hot. It was interesting working with those characters because I don't really watch the show, but I didn't really find that mattered all that much. Although maybe I could have done a better job if I had known the characters better. But I made it a cautionary tale about prejudice because that's what libs do. Inject their politics into things. The Yogi one, where is that? Robo Sex Cop is funny too. Yeah.
Ah, yes. Another highly entertaining cartoon.
All right. Time to get the day started. You hear that? So we're gonna get the day started. Hey, get your ass up, boo-boo.
Leave me alone.
To the voice.
I want my mommy.
To the voice.
Oh, hey, Yogi.
That's better. Come on.
You get the premise. Let's see. Do I have anything to do with any of these other ones? Not really. I think I voiced a character. Yeah, I voiced a character in this show way back in the day. This is like I think this is a re-upload. I think this is it's actually older than it says it is. Yeah, I voiced this chick. I forget her name. I think it's BJ. Is he gonna play?
BJ Mother 6969.
That must make you Prince of Dankness. BJ Mother 6969 is just my Menda name.
Good. I was hoping you had more of a sensible name.
Call me Blowjob.
Oh yeah, her name is just Blowjob. Oh yeah. Yeah. This channel gives off classic Newgrounds vibes. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of what he was going for. Like he was like grew up with those, edgy Newgrounds animations and like wanted to kind of bring that sort of vibe to YouTube. And that's what he did. Very Venture. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely heavily, shall we say, inspired by Dr. Girlfriend from the Venture Brothers. I don't like how I'm framed right now. Hold on. I need to do something about this. Okay. I just need to be bigger in this box, I think. Yeah, we'll move that a little that way. There we go. I like that better. Y'all should make a movie. Well, animation takes quite some time. And, you know, with the rates that YouTube pays out at, unless you're making that sort of like Meat Canyon level of, you know, animation success where you're just getting tons and tons of views. And even with Meat Canyon, I mean, you see he's like kind of pulling back from the animation stuff because he realizes like, hey, I'm getting a ton of views just popping on the camera and saying some shit, and it's way the fuck easier than animating. So, you know, it's kind of hard to justify, honestly, doing animations for that reason, unless you're going to be huge. And even if you are huge, a lot of times, you know, there's another guy that used to be an animator that ended up just being an on-camera personality. I forget who that was. It was the guy that did the animations with the kid and the devil. I can't remember that guy's name. But yeah, animation is a rough racket on YouTube. I kept telling Corey that he should try to get all these animators, independent animators together on one channel, get some kind of gigantic Patreon, start splitting the money, and just pump out animations. Because I know there's a lot of people out there that love animation, you know, but it's kind of hard to do. A Meat Canyon feature length would be incredible. I don't know. I feel like as much as I like Meat Canyon's animations, I don't know that they lend themselves to the cinematic scale, simply because they don't seem very plot driven. They seem to mostly be, how do I disturb people as much as possible? So I think you'd need, at the very least, to bring on some writers that are a little bit more familiar with like storytelling. You about the recent drama involving a guy named Verbalace? No, I don't really pay much attention to internet drama, especially if I don't even know who the person involved is. And I've never heard of that person. So, no. DFF the animated series. We had that little South Park sketches that we used to have featured on our show, but that kind of tapered off as that animator, I guess, lost interest in it. Slow mode is on to prevent you from being stupid faster. That's exact. You answered your own question. I'll show you my favorite joke in a Corey Clayton cartoon. And I always told him he should do... Well, it's not my favorite joke, but it's my favorite piece of animation. And I always told him he should try to do more in this style. It's in this Jurassic Park one here. Let's see. There is the thing with the Fudanari Velociraptor here that I think is pretty funny, but that's not what I want to show you.
Pick up my order.
Ah, yes. Here it is, in all its thick glory.
Okay, hold on. It's the one with the goat. Where's the one with the goat? Jeff Goldblum's so hot. Okay, yeah, here we go.
Where's the goat?
I love that. That's my favorite shit. Give it a thumbs up. I don't know why I didn't already. Yeah, animation is tedious work. Because, I can just come out here and just yammer, blah, 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 and just fill time in real time. But for like 30 seconds of animation, it's like, well, there's a day. And that's cutting corners and, doing it rough. If Corey really wanted to make something that was like really high production, I mean, he'd be spending all day on fucking 5 seconds of animation, maybe 10. And that's just like crazy. It takes forever. You got to have some inhuman fucking patience to be an animator, that's for sure. But I like this scene because it's way more frenetic than his usual animation. I don't know. It's like got this whole... I mean, that shit looks like, to me, like this particular thing right here and that. I don't know. How's the presidential campaign going? I was gonna run for president, and then I decided not to. But now I've kind of decided maybe I will again. But I feel like it's too late to do it this time around because I didn't think that the president could really be a position to actually change the things I wanted. And so I decided to just like crown myself king. But now I'm starting to formulate a plan of how to actually use the system. But I'd have to, the hard part would be winning the fucking election. I'd have to just galvanize every degenerate and weirdo in America to vote for me. And hopefully that'd be enough. But you never know. You always write me in. The thing about a title like God, King, Emperor of America is that you can't really wait for that position to open up. You kind of have to create that. I'm going to run for president of New Zealand because all those other candidates are running for prime minister. I'll have no competition. Hashtag 4D chess. I mean, you can't really go wrong with that. That's some sound fucking logic if I've ever heard it. Right? I mean, that's a winning strategy. It's the kind of big brain ideas that, New Zealand needs to bring it into the 22nd century. Get a century ahead. Trump might try. Might try what? To become God Emperor? Kane's running for plumber of Knox County soon. This hair. What to do about it, huh? Do I have a hat somewhere around here? Oh well. I think I care about it more than you guys seem to. I'm going to go run for Pharaoh of the Netherlands. Yeah, why not? Bring back the ancient ways. I recall when the Netherlands were ruled by the iron grip of the pharaohs. It's a beautiful thing. You know, people want to shit talk it. People want to act like, oh, that's, you know, the age of the Netherlands pharaohs has come to a close, but I disagree. I think we need pharaohs now more than ever. I'm going to be the pharaoh of Missouri. Let's all admire this ass again. We don't have to listen to the music. I could just talk over the ass for a little bit. There's no reason not to. Slaves built those windmills, you son of a bitch. Those windmills were built by slaves. How dare you? Yeah, if you go to any Gracie Bond post on Instagram, you're probably going to see my name among the likes. I don't think that she posts anything that I don't throw a heart at. Her, like, hip to waist ratio is the most insane thing I've ever seen in my life. I don't even know how it exists on a human being. I don't know what combination of, like, genetics and human intervention had to come into play to make this possible, but God bless it. She lost like 200 pounds. Yeah, I did see that she used to be fatter, but like, how did she only lose fat on the top half of her body? That's what I want to know. Maybe she just relocated it all. Just suck it out of here, put it down there. She just had like the best Brazilian butt lift surgeon in the history of the human race. Because this defies all logic and reason. And I'm all right with that. This is why man is superior to God. Because if God had any sense, this is what he would have created for the female form. So man, once again, had to go back and correct God's fucking mistakes. Like, okay, God clearly doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. We gotta we gotta take care of this. We gotta handle this up. And we did. We made it work. We made it happen. We are the superiors of God. God has been surpassed by man. It's really not surprising, though. He's a lousy fucking creator. I mean, I know I don't believe he exists, but speaking hypothetically, if he did, he sucks. I hope the world is swallowed by her butt. Me too. Yeah, I mean, she almost looks like the way that Ben Garrison drew Pete Buttigieg. Good call. I don't know why Pete Buttigieg needed an ass that big, but, you know, Ben Garrison felt he did. And who am I to argue with an artist of that caliber, right? Who is this? This is Gracie Bon. B-O-N. Butts, 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 butts. TJ, I cannot donate during Deep Fat Fried through Super Chats. Any idea why? No. Really doesn't make sense. I mean, I understand why you can't donate if we're unlisted. I mean, I really don't know why that's the policy of YouTube, but I know you're not able to do that on an unlisted stream. But on a public stream, I have no idea why that would be a problem. Although I have encountered similar issues myself trying to give to other creators on the rare occasions that I've done that. Well, that was a great show. The show is not even begun yet. I actually have a pretty full roster today. Last time I did this, it was like I couldn't find anything. This time, I have a good bit for you. It's one of the reasons I started earlier than normal. Because I have a pretty good amount of stuff for you. I don't think luck had much to do with this configuration of features. I'm pretty sure that this is rather meticulously crafted. I mean, there might have been some genetics involved, but I think this is more to do with the hand of man than the hand of God. I'll tell you one thing, if I ever do become president, she's going to be the Veep. And whenever there's any sort of political scandal, I'm just going to fucking trot her out and have her jiggle her ass for America until they forget about their woes. Let's just watch her for 3 hours. Okay. I mean, that sounds like a pretty good show. The Jiggling Ass Show. She's built like a Pixar character. Yeah, what was that one chick? I don't think I've ever even seen the movie, but she's like a redhead. And the top of her body is like a spaghetti noodle, but then her ass is like, I don't even know. It's like a fucking pair of fucking beach balls or something. God makes man, man kills God. Man makes big butts, women rules the world. A far more accurate summation of the Jurassic Park credo. How cold is it where you guys are? I know everyone's got a different answer to that since you're all in different geographic locations. Or maybe you're not. I don't really know. You guys could all just be huddled around one fucking building watching from a slew of different laptop screens and phone screens and tablet screens. Dude, that'd be a cool charity. Big butts for trans chicks. Maybe I should start that. Just fucking start a charity that gives BBLs to trans girls. That'd be like the ultimate chaser move. That's like the chase. That's like a chaser power play, dude. We just have to hope none of them die, because that'll be a bad reputational hit to the organization, because BBLs do sometimes result in death. You get a shitty surgeon, they inject the fat in the wrong place, you get into a vein or something, cause like an embolism or some shit. That's no good. 18 in Western New York, minus 3 degrees Celsius, 1 degree in Oklahoma, 35, 29. I need a name for that charity, though. No shady Latin American random butt injections, eh? Yeah, you got to avoid that kind of shit. Got to make some partners. We got to make some deals with like the best surgeons in the world. You know, it'd be good. I mean, we can like film it and stuff. Show it off. Show off the procedure. Show the before and afters. A lot of these surgeons probably jump at the chance for some fucking publicity like that. But the charity needs a clever name. So if anyone has a clever name that I can steal, let me know. Because I'm not even joking about this. That could be a fucking awesome charity, right? There's going to be a lot of fucking trans girls out there that want giant asses, right? That's got to be a thing. We can help. Butts for trans hoes. I don't think that's... I don't know. We'll workshop it. I wish there was some slang for butt that rhymed with trans, but I can't think of one. Booties for QTs. Huh. Cans for trans. There you go. Wait, aren't cans... Yeah, you're right. I mean, you don't really hear too many people call a butt a can anymore. It's kind of old-fashioned, but it does rhyme. I am now subscribed to her OnlyFans. Mr. Naughty Priest, you like to spread that wealth around. Cans or titties? No. I thought that for a second, too. But then I really thought about it, and no, it's a butt slang. Because you can imagine like a dirty old man being like, look at the can on that. I really don't like it, is the main problem I have with it. I don't like can as a term for butt. It doesn't really seem to fit. Let's see if Chat GPT has any good suggestions. I'll ask it. Okay. So it has some pretty lame suggestions. So its first suggestion is transform and empower. No, that's if you're like feeding them or something. New Horizons trans support. Lame. Embrace Identity Foundation. Stupid. Here's the two ones that are actually maybe worth considering. Butterfly Transition Fund. I like it because it has butt in it, and you know, you could always just capitalize the BUTT in butterfly. But butterflies are known for transformation, so that's not bad. Butterfly Transition Fund. I don't know. It's a little. I like butterfly. I don't know about the rest. But butterfly might be something we could use. True Self Uplift Foundation. But we're not just trying to make the butts perkier. We're trying to make them bigger. So I don't know. I'm going to ask it for ones that are more punny. Here are some playful, pun-inspired names. Wow. So here's what it came up with. The first one is the worst pun I've ever heard in my life. All right. Realizing dreams. Bootyful transformations. Okay. Transformed rearly well. Back, and the other two are just they don't incorporate the trans thing at all. They just say backside blossoms and posterior promise. Transform, but the M is a butt. Yeah. I mean, they're not the worst. I wish tranny wasn't a slur because, like, fannies for trannies, it's like right there. I guess also across the pond, fanny means pussy. So it could be confusing too. But whatever. The Queer Rear Foundation. Trans abstancy. Well, I already fucked yours up. Yours is off the table. Can't even say it. Fanny means pussy. Yeah, in England, like I said, across the pond it does. But somehow here in America, fanny came to mean butt. So that's just how it is. I don't have to tell you. Trans butts matter. Don't let the Brits ruin greatness. Well, it'd be a primarily American charity anyway, so it really wouldn't matter that much. But the problem is that the problem really isn't Fanny. The problem is tranny. Because unfortunately, a lot of trans women see that as a slur, even though I honestly think it's kind of a cute word in and of itself. But whatever. Maybe they'll reclaim it one day and then it'll be all right. I don't know. It's like a tough call. I'm asking it for 20 more, but not to waste time giving me explanations. All right, let's see. What do we got? Gluteus maximus gains. No. Behind the happiness. Maybe. Elevate your tail. Stupid. Cheeky changes. Bountiful booty fund. Yeah, but there's no indication that's just for trans women. Back to confidence. Butt lift bliss. Rump reshape relief. Trans butt transformation. Curves for confidence. The rear revolution. Peachy prospects. Bottoms up beauty. Transcend with trends. Derriere dreams. Happily ever after rear. Shouldn't it be happily ever aft rear? BBL bloomers. Tail feathers fund. Curve creating care. Ooh, I like this last one, even though it has nothing to do with trans people. Behind benevolence. We'll go ahead and start the segments in a minute here. I have some interesting stuff for you guys today. I have someone sent in. I don't know if any of you guys have heard of this chick, Billy Ray Brand, but she's one of these chicks that's all about like the new men's rights stuff, and she only posts shorts. So we're gonna go through a few of her shorts. See what that's all about. Where's my face? I mean, I know where I wish it was. I have some more proof against atheism. It says proof against atheism new from Ponder Points. I guess we could check. We're going to take a look at that and see about this new proof against atheism, see what it's all about. We have Vosh argues with the chat about weed addiction and bans angry chatter. So that should be fun. We have, what is this? We're going to take a look at a Twitter account called Trad West. See what's going on with Trad West. His well, I'll show it to you in a minute. You'll like it. We have a discussion that's going on Twitter right now about Rorschach from the Watchmen films and comic book. A little bit of a discourse going on. We're going to talk about that. A little bit of a discourse about whether or not Rorschach is a good guy, whether he's meant to be admired or not. And then I have a little video. I don't know if it'll be much of anything, but I did want to talk about this little Nietzsche video I found about, well, the title is Why Arguing is for Weak People. So we'll take a look at that. We'll start on those segments in just a minute here. Voosh. Rorschach was right. Well, maybe we'll come to that conclusion. Who knows? We're gonna watch. We're gonna dive headfirst into the Rorschach discourse. I need to figure out how I want to pronounce Rorschach. Do I want to say Rorschach or do I want to say Rorschach? I think the ack. That's better, right? That's how it's pronounced. Rorschach. The Rorschach is a little old place where we can get together. Yeah, Goat versus Fish just holds up his Rorschach card and it's like, do you see goat or do you see fish? I actually see a bunch of ponies. Wrong. Goat or fish. It's a shack filled with fucking roars. So I'm going to talk to you guys until I finish off my water. Then I'm going to go refill my water. Then I'm going to turn my camera back on. Then I'm going to dive into these segments with the fervor of, well, about half of the fervor that I would dive into those cheeks face first. But, you know. Salvador, please. Don't do this. I guess I'm also going to have to take my dog out. So... I mean, that is one of the greatest lines in comic book / cinematic history. The whole, I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me. I think that's one of the reasons. Well, we should probably wait until the segment before we get into it. I'm also going to write on my whiteboard to start that charity because... that's too good of an idea not to actually do, right? Dive into an ocean of cheek. Hell yes. Hell to the fuck to the yes. I'm a little late, but better late than never. You're actually just on time because the segments are about to begin in a moment. The only thing you've really missed is us talking about big butts. So I guess you have missed a lot because that's been about the last hour. But that's okay. Jiggly, 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 jig. Also, I sprung it on you so early today, so, man, I don't blame you. Senpai. 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 Yeah, no one blames you, dude. You tried your very best. You done what you done. If anyone has any questions or anything, or topics they want to bring up before we dive into this content, now is probably the time. All right. So, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to explain it to you in great detail. I am going to get up. I am going to refill my water. I am going to load a pipe. I am going to take Salvador outside. He won't stay out long once he realizes how horrible it is. I am going to come back. I'm going to turn my camera on. I'm going to cover these stories. And then I'm going to murder each and every one of you. You think Marilyn Manson will make a comeback this year? Marilyn Manson has recorded a new album. He has recorded a new album with Tyler Bates, the guy that he recorded The Pale Emperor and Heaven Upside Down with, both of which, in my opinion, are incredible albums. So he's got a talented musician working with him. In fact, all of Manson's recent albums have been bangers, if we're to be completely honest. There was a little rough patch for a few years. I think Golden Age of Grotesque through like what was the one No Reflection was on? Whatever that one was. That period, which was pretty long. I mean, that was like a 10-year period. I'm not saying that there was like no good music in the catalog, but there definitely seemed to be I don't know. Like it just wasn't hitting like it did. And then Pale Emperor came out, and that was a fucking return to form. It was very different than the Manson that I grew up with, but it was an awesome iteration of Marilyn Manson. It seemed like he really figured out what he needed to sound like. And then he put out Heaven Upside Down, which was awesome. And then he put out We Are Chaos, which is awesome. So his last 3 albums have all been bangers. After the last album came out, all of the, sexual assault allegations and things of that nature came to the fore. Manson was canceled, lost his record company, lost his manager, lost his television roles. He was in an episode of what's that show? The Shudder exclusive show, the Creep Show on Shudder. That episode was scheduled to be broadcast. That was pulled from the roster. He was in the American Gods show. His character was pulled off the show. All of his scenes were cut. And Manson has essentially maintained radio silence on his social media since that time, after making a few quick statements. But now a new album has been recorded. Manson is starting to venture out into public more and more often. He looks great. The bloated face fat is gone. he looks like he's in his 30s again. Obviously, he has the advantage of being able to cake on a lot of fucking makeup and stuff to help with that. But if you see, I don't know if you guys have seen any footage from his recent 55th birthday party, but he looks tremendous. He looks great. I don't know who will release his new album. I don't know if he plans to tour in support of it. I don't know what the plan is at this point. But it does seem like he's making a swing for the fences. So my interpretation is that if he puts out an album that is like, it's got to be at this point not just a banger, but an absolute fucking banger. And whatever first single comes off of that album has to be just insane. Like, it can't be like a pretty good Manson song. It has to be something that's just mind-blowing, that's really going to capture people's attention. So I'm thinking that if he can deliver on that, then yeah, I think this might be his comeback year. Because when I look at the comment sections on these videos about Manson accusers and stuff, it seems like a lot of people in the comments are highly skeptical about these allegations against him. And there's honestly good reason to be. We've already had one of the accusers recant their story and say, no, I was pressured into telling this story. This is not actually true. We have evidence that Evan Rachel Wood and her partner in crime, Ilma Gore, distributed a fake FBI letter trying to drum up interest and to basically lie to a bunch of women to say that there was an ongoing FBI investigation of Marilyn Manson when there was not. And I think that the main concerns I have right now are, one, Manson has gone sober, which might be a positive thing in his personal life, but a lot of times when musicians go sober, their music suffers as a result, you know, and that's not their fault, right? I mean, I'll show you guys a picture of Marilyn Manson from recently, in case you haven't seen. I don't know if you guys, I mean, you guys remember us on the show talking about how bloated he was getting. If you ever go watch that appearance he made on that show, The New Pope or whatever, he looks like a fucking bullfrog. There is so much fat just choking his face. Like, he's a guy with a very angular face, and all of the angularness of his face was gone, replaced by just bloated layers and layers of George Lucas style neck fat. His face was drowning in it. And now it seems that that's gone. But let me go ahead and pull up a recent picture from Manson's 55th birthday celebration, which took place on January 5th. I just have to find the picture. I have it here somewhere. Yes, here it is. No, I don't want it there. I want it in the window. Okay. So, okay, let me put that up here. So this is Manson as of January 5th. And you see that the copious amounts of neck fat are pretty much entirely gone. His face actually looks like Marilyn Manson again. So that's good. I honestly think that, you know, sobering up probably helped him get less bloated. You know, I think that Manson personally should stay on most drugs, but I think giving up his dependency on alcohol was probably a good move. But I also think that there's no way you lose that much neck fat without getting some work done. So I'm pretty sure Manson had some of that shit sucked out. Got a little nip tuck. Which, whatever. As long as you don't go overboard with it, I think is fine. So he's looking good. He seems confident in the video footage I've seen of him. I am concerned about the sobriety because, like I said, a lot of musicians who go sober lose that sort of, I don't know, that creative edge. But I'm not super worried about it because I think that he's just like a genuinely creative guy that sees the world in very different ways than most people. So I think that that might still be fine. Buccal fat removal? Yes. Every single time a musician goes sober, they fucking suck. I agree with you. So that's why I'm worried. I'm worried about it, but if there's a guy that can, I mean, like, there are certain musicians that just like there's something about them that just puts them on another level. Like Johnny Cash, for instance. Now, Johnny Cash had some major pill addictions in his younger days. But as an old man and shit, he wasn't drinking, he wasn't doing drugs. And, you know, some of his best albums came out in his later years. Those Rick Rubin produced American Recordings albums. So I think that there's a pretty good chance that he'll be okay on that front. The other thing that I'm concerned about, and this is really my bigger concern than the sobriety, my bigger concern musically for Manson is that with all this pressure on him, is he going to second guess some lyrics and stuff? Like, will he look at something he wrote and be like, you know, I would have said this before, but should I say this now? And so I'm afraid that there might be a new degree of hesitancy in his expression. He might overthink some things. He might overanalyze some things and not put out something that's as raw as it needs to be. But hopefully he's in a headspace where he sees that he can't do that and has eliminated that from himself. I'm not super worried about the possibility that he has converted to Christianity, because I don't really think it matters too much from an artistic standpoint. I mean, I personally would find that disappointing, that he would retreat into what I consider to be superstition. But that's on a personal level. On an artistic and musical level, that really doesn't matter too much to me. Once again, bringing up Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash was a very deeply spiritual Christian man and did a lot of very spiritual Christian music. And a lot of that music I really like. And it doesn't matter to me that it has a Christian sort of tinge to it or whatever, because I think that it's genuine and there's a sincerity to it. And I think that sincerity can overcome a lot of things. Now, if you have this sort of fake Christianity that doesn't really have much sincerity or depth to it, then I think that that would be hurtful artistically. But if Manson had some sort of sincere conversion to Christianity and had some sort of like deep spiritual whatever, first of all, I don't think that he would ever even publicly say that. I think he would keep his religious beliefs private, but I don't think it would affect the music negatively. Alice Cooper is another good example of a guy who is a Christian who still has put out some pretty good music. Now, Alice Cooper is not Marilyn Manson. Alice Cooper had his heyday, and he fell off from there. Now, no one stays in their heyday forever, but the stuff that Manson's put out in recent years is like an exemplary example of how to be a relevant, viable artist when you're no longer in your quote-unquote prime. The stuff that Alice Cooper's done since his prime, a lot of it has actually been pretty decent, but none of it's been like, wow, this is amazing. This rises to the same level as Welcome to My Nightmare or something, right? Yeah, so I'm mildly concerned about the sobriety. I'm more concerned about the self-censorship, and I am not too concerned about the potential conversion to Christianity. Those are the things that are lingering questions for me. This is all in terms of just artistic output, by the way. But here's the thing. Marilyn Manson has recorded, I believe, 10 albums at this point. And I have not disliked one of them. There are some that I like more than others, for sure. But there's never been a Manson album where I was like, this is total fucking dog shit. I don't like this at all. So it would be pretty monumentous in a negative way if he actually put out an album that I just like, I don't get this. I don't understand what the fuck this is. I don't like it. You know? And if Manson does, if he goes Christian, I hope he does like throw some. I mean, he's already had some sort of gospel influence in his music before. It wouldn't be new. And honestly, some of the stuff he's incorporated gospel into has been pretty cool. Even going as far back as I don't like the drugs, but the drugs like me. There's some strong gospel influence in that song. I think that's the earliest example I can point to of him incorporating gospel into his music. But Manson and gospel, they don't go together too badly. So I'm hoping that if he does embrace that sort of, worldview, that he also incorporates some of that sound into his music and gives it that unique twist. So I am looking forward to this album. I don't know what it's called. I don't know what it's going to sound like. Manson has always been kind of a chameleon. I noticed that aesthetically he's looking sort of like he did around 2003 or so, which was the golden age of grotesque era, which is not my favorite era. He also kind of looks a little bit like the Hollywood era. He's starting to do the thing with his eye again, which he hasn't done in quite some time. His God's Gonna Cut You Down cover by Johnny Cash is great. It's an excellent cover. But I have high hopes. I really have high hopes that this album, which is supposed to come out this year, I don't know, early, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. I know that the album is done. It is recorded. But whoever is going to release it is going to take some heat. So what record label will put the album out? That's one question. Will Manson tour to support the record? That's another question. So there's a lot of lingering questions right now. And Manson has not been extraordinarily forthcoming with answers. His communication with his fans has dwindled to virtually nothing. In light of, his difficulties with law and the civil courts. So, I'm intrigued. And for anyone who's not a Marilyn Manson fan, I'm sorry I spent so long discussing this, but can't he release it independently? Yes, he could do that. I don't think he should, but he could do that, yes. I mean, he is a large enough artist that he could do that. The sales from the album will probably be commensurate with sales from his last few albums. I don't think there's going to be any sort of mass exodus of the fans from Marilyn Manson. If you look at his Spotify numbers, they have not gone down since all of this hullabaloo. So there's a pretty good chance that his album will sell just as well as it has in the past. But, you know, one of the things that you kind of need for that to happen is you need a record label that has connections and distributions, and there's a question of, will certain places refuse to sell the thing? Will certain stores refuse to feature it? But Manson seems like he's on pretty safe ground there, because typically, no matter what a recording artist has done, it doesn't really seem like their stuff is ever pulled. R. Kelly's stuff was never pulled from any stores. That one dude that punched Brianna or whatever in the face, or Rihanna, sorry, not Brianna. I forget his name. He was not pulled from shelves. He wasn't even dropped from his record label. At least I don't think he was. So we'll see. Record labels are kind of obsolete these days with things like DistroKid to distribute. He just needs a good manager / team. Maybe you're right about that. I know that the record label stuff is kind of a little bit outmoded. Chris Brown, yes, thank you. Michael Jackson was never pulled. At least not from his record label. We don't know what went on in the bedroom. So yeah, we don't know. But he's on pretty safe ground as far as that goes, I think. So places refusing to sell his stuff, probably not going to happen based on precedent. It's been years since these allegations were made, and nothing really seems to have come of them so far. So that's working in his benefit. I guess we'll just kind of have to see. I would speculate that this could be a huge year for Marilyn Manson. This could be a huge comeback year, or this could be the year that he realizes that there is no comeback. And it just kind of depends on, to me, I think more than any other factor, it's going to depend on if that album is any fucking good. Because if the album that he has recorded is shit, then he's going to have a lot harder time coming back later. Like, this is your, I'm back. After all the bullshit, after all the shit I've been through and all the shit you've heard about me, I'm back. So that thing has to fucking rock. So hopefully it's a fucking ultra banger. Because if it's not, I think that's going to really be the thing that really fucking sinks it. But whatever. There's been so many good Manson albums over the course of his long career that, you know, no one can take away that legacy at this point. And, you know, really nothing even in my eyes would even really tarnish it. But the question is, can he still have this career? Can he still be Marilyn Manson for a living? And I think that he stands a pretty good chance. But obviously there's a lot of things working against him. All right. We have some segments for you. We're going to start with this chick here. Oops. Where'd she go? Did I accidentally? Oh, no. Here she is. I don't know if any of you guys have heard of this chick. Her name is Billy Ray Brand. We're going to talk about her when we come back. But for now, I'm going to go refill my water and take my dog out and pack a bowl. So stand by. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Why would I leave you guys with this when I can leave you with this? I'll leave you with this. Guys, I'm not back. But I did it. I came up with it. Okay, I got it. It's so fucking obvious. It was so simple the whole time. The BBLT fund. Right? I mean, that totally fucking works. Because BLT is an established acronym, right? So all you got to do is throw another B on the front of that, BBLT fund, man. It was so fucking simple the whole time. Sitting there agonizing, trying to come up with a perfect fucking name for that shit. Got it. All right, got to go do that shit that I said I was going to do. sorry that took a little longer than I thought. Salvador was way more hype for the snow outside than I thought he would be, and did not want to come back inside. He was running around like a fucking maniac out there in what must be, I don't know how many inches of snow we got out there, but it's a good bit. Like, there must be at least fucking 4 or 5 inches on the ground now, and it doesn't look like it's slowing down. Anything, it looks like it's picking up. So I don't know. I can't help it. Yeah, Sal is a beautiful old boy. But man, it's fucking crazy. I mean, I'm just like watching it accumulate. Like last time it snowed, I remember Sal kind of not liking it, but this time, I don't know. I guess he grew nostalgic or something, because now he's out. Well, he's not out there anymore. Because I realized if I fucking like let him out and then sat back down and tried to do a segment, I mean, first of all, he was barking like a damn maniac, so you would have heard it. We got 13 inches this week. I wish I had 13 inches. Not of snow, though. Dogs love snow. Like he didn't last year. Last year he was like trying to get him to go out in the snow. He just looked at it like, ah, fuck, what's this shit? This year he fucking loves it. Running around like a maniac. He was super hype. He was like, oh my God, I love this shit. Like, what? I don't understand. But okay. Love it all you want. Measure the snow with your wiener. At this point, I'm pretty sure it's longer. It's deeper. Not that that's really saying much for it. But fuck, man. I feel like we need to tile Gracie more. I feel like it feels so empty up there without her. No, don't do that. We don't need to go. We can. Yeah. Okay. Of course, now we've covered up the chat. So I got to fix that now. Come on, get up there. There you go. And now we've covered up the text as well. Damn it. Get up there, you fuck. Okay. You know, I don't know. Does this really need to be so large, though? Like, why? It's like too insistent. It insists on itself, you know? Yeah, there we go. That looks classier like that, you know? Got ourselves a pretty classy little fucking screen now, I think. Yeah. Pretty good stuff. Just play this as a 24-hour live stream. I probably could. Probably just get up, walk away. Just stay gone. It's like, fuck it. What advice do I have for traveling overseas? My advice for traveling overseas would be to try to get on drugs on the plane trip there and back. If you have any kind of drug that fucking knocks you out or makes you loopy or whatever the fuck, get on that drug. Because otherwise, that plane ride is going to be the most miserable fucking experience of your life. I don't know. If nothing else, get some fucking Benadryl. Fucking try to sleep through as much of that shit as possible. Her booty's so fat she can make a blind man walk again. What? Definitely do not buy drugs in a foreign country. I mean, it depends on what country you're in. You can trust the drugs some places. Other places, maybe not. Depends on where you're going. Like if it's like, I don't know, Romania or something, you might want to steer clear. But if it's Amsterdam, you're probably fine. Especially if you're buying some store drugs. I want some drugs. Don't we all? I had something else I wanted to say about that Manson thing, but I can't remember what the fuck it was. Oh well. I bought plenty of drugs in Thailand. Enough to buy an island. So before I do this segment with this Billy Ray Brand chick, let me just make sure I got my terminology right here. Let me just clarify with you guys before I start the segment up. Black pill is like MGTOW shit, right? That's like dudes that have given up entirely. They're just like, I'm done with even trying to get laid. I've given up. I'm just gonna be a virgin or whatever, or just like, it's not worth it. Women ain't worth it, etc. Is that black pill? Didn't you say you got on camera to start the stream and you got back? Yeah, I want to clarify something before we start this segment, though. You probably haven't heard that part yet. Black pill is incels. I thought that they were like the incels that have given up on even trying, and they're just like cells now. Right? Black pill is like, we're not even trying to get laid now. We're done. Women aren't worth it. Right? That's black pill. Okay? Is that accurate? Is it MGTOW? I mean, it sounds like MGTOW to me. It sounds like they just changed the name. Is that correct? I don't want to fucking proceed with incorrect terminology. Because the very first video we're going to look at, she's talking about black pill shit. MGTOW and incel are both black pill. Okay, so I'm confused now. Because incel means involuntary celibate. But I thought black pill was like they've made a decision now. So the moment you've said, I'm not going to try to get laid anymore, you're no longer involuntarily celibate. You're voluntarily celibate. You're just celibate. So it can't be incel. Or is it just like the there's no logical consistency or whatever? It's just one of those things where it doesn't make sense, but that's just how it is. Pull up Urban Dictionary real quick. I might have to, but I'd rather just get it from you guys. I'd rather rely on the fucking wisdom of the chat on this. And while you guys are at it, tell me what fucking red pill is. And Coolman, when you're clipping these up, don't fucking include this segment where I'm asking the chat how to fucking define these terms. So it's just one of those things where there's no consistency. So there are incels in it, even though they're not really incels anymore since they're now voluntarily celibate because they're not trying to get laid. Okay. So what's red pill? Because I see that her next video after the black pill video is a red pill video. Who knows or cares what they mean anymore? I don't really care. That's why I don't know. But I need to know so that I understand the basis, like the reference point in these videos. The in and incel is already paradoxical. That's the first time I've seen you say something that wasn't related to goat or fish. You broke character for the first time. Congratulations. Red pill means that the system is broken, but it can be gamed. Black pill means that the system is broken, so don't bother playing it. Okay. Mayberry Farms, you have been indispensable as a resource. So we're gonna jump into that in a second. First, I'm gonna I guess I probably, yeah. I'm just gonna hit some of this perfectly legal. I've packed this with legal things, over-the-counter sort of herbs and such that you can buy at a store. I'm not used to pipe smoking. Been rolling J's for so long now. Anyway, let's do this. So we're going to take a look at Billy Ray Brand, dating, men's wellness, positive masculinity. 351,000 subscribers, 317 videos. Does exclusively shorts as far as I can tell. We're going to take a look at those. Starting with the problem with black pill. Black pill being the incels and MGTOWs, those who have just given up any hope of ever getting laid.
All right, some of you are not going to like this one, but I think it's important.
I mean, I think that stands to reason I won't like it. That's true.
To address. I do everything I can to empathize with men. I don't think masculinity is toxic.
I hate this. Hold on. I hate this notion that because there is a concept of something called toxic masculinity, that it refers to all masculinity. Like, there's a reason why the word toxic is a modifier there. If all masculinity was toxic, you wouldn't need a distinction. You would just say masculinity, and people, oh, yes, of course. Toxic masculinity is toxic masculinity. Not all masculinity is toxic. And then even when it comes down to, like, what's the definition of toxic masculinity, there's going to be people who argue. What's an example? What's not an example? So I don't know. Like, I don't know why so many people insist on just not getting that. Because it seems like it just hinders discussion, right? Like, if you want to say there is no such thing as toxic masculinity, period, okay, you can have that position. But don't act like people who do believe in toxic masculinity are saying that all masculinity is toxic, because they're not.
I think men are incredibly important and vastly underappreciated. I've heard every story to back up your obvious struggles in the dating world. But the one thing that I can't wrap my brain around is this black pill pessimism.
Let's see what this black pill pessimism consists of. Lol, you're not a guy I'll never understand. We used to, but we gave up. I don't even talk to women anymore, and it's brought me peace. Even if you find a decent one, they have 30 other options at their fingertips anyway. Not angry. I'm done like half of all men. Get your money right, guys, and leave women behind. Don't need them. Don't want them. I mean, that is some serious fucking cope, right? I mean, if you don't need them and you don't want them, then why are you watching channels like this? Why are you so eager to hear a woman validate all of your bullshit? You wouldn't need that. You would just be off fucking stamp collecting or building model airplanes or something.
Where you permanently check out of dating. I really don't like to attack you guys because I already know the laundry list of fears. Women will cheat in a multitude of ways.
So we're arriving at her channel at a weird moment here, because this is not her typical content. I can just tell by how she's talking. This is her actually saying something that she knows some of her audience will disagree with, and of course she's couching it in as much sort of like, you're still like the same way Trump did after January 6th, where he had to like reassure his supporters that they're special and they're great. She's doing that right now. Like she's trying to give them a little like spoonful of sugar to help the medicine go down.
They're selectively feminine and super entitled these days. The family court system is stacked against you. I get all that. But here's my question. Why are you letting women have this control over you? I sort of get it if you're an older guy who's already felt the pain of divorce and trying to raise your kids from...
You know, I gotta say, I think most of the time, in almost every instance, these black pill guys checking out of the dating scene is probably nothing but a boon for women. I don't think that there's a lot of women out there wringing their hands in concern about how these black pill guys have withdrawn from the dating pool. I don't hear a lot of women out there bitching and complaining. God damn it. Why can't I get myself a good black pill man? Like, I don't hear it. I haven't heard the call for it.
Afar. But if you're young and single, this doesn't add up. Checking out of dating basically means you either don't want a family, which if every man adopted your stance, the human race would go extinct, or
I mean, I guess there's always going to be a silver lining, right?
Or you plan on having children with women you don't date and don't love. And in that case, you'd be contributing to the fatherless daughter issue that I know you mock women for on these platforms. So staying single might bring some temporary peace.
Wow. So there's actually a little bit of logic in that. I'm impressed so far. I thought that this was going to be completely devoid of any sort of actual reasoning, but she is actually kind of calling them on their bullshit right now. They complain about all of these single women out there, yet they're not willing to enter into a relationship and step up and be a father.
But is that really worth a life of loneliness and no children to leave behind? All right.
I mean, you don't need a romantic partner to escape loneliness. You can escape loneliness through platonic friendships. It's horniness that you're really going to have a problem with.
If you're a man who doesn't want a relationship, you're...
So this one is titled, You're Not Red-Pilled. And the red pill is, my understanding from an explanation I got earlier was that if the black pill guys are like, the game is rigged, so I'm not even going to play, the red pill guys are like, the game is rigged, but I figured out some workarounds.
a feminist. All of you black-pilled men who are insisting that you don't have to change, but rather the world around you has to change. You're no different than any other woke chick marching with a pink hat on her head. In fact...
All right. I don't know. I was sent this as though this was going to be horrible. But so far, at least these initial two, I'm not hating. Like, she brings a logic to the forefront. She's explaining her reasoning. She's making it clear exactly what her criticisms are in a way that is internally consistent with her logic. I get the feeling that I don't agree with her worldview, but she's presenting it in a way that is intelligent and erudite so far.
In fact, all those women who you claim are allergic to accountability, you're literally doing the exact same thing. I'll say it since your Reddit pals, your parents, your friends, and your brothers won't. Women don't like you because you're a bitter, lazy, and miserable loser who's getting exactly what he deserves. If a woman...
I like her. I like her so far. Let's see. Maybe it gets worse.
All right, some of you are.
No, don't go up. Go down.
What's up, my guys? Did you know?
Can someone, all right, aside, total aside, can someone tell me what the fuck is wrong with this stupid fucking mouse? When I scroll down, about 25% of the time, the motherfucker decides it's going to go up. What's wrong with you, mouse? Why do you do this to me? You make my life so much harder with your stupid up scrolling when I scroll down. Am I going to have to replace you, mouse? Is that what's going to have to happen? I don't want to do it. You're such a pretty little mouse. Look. Look how pretty. Like, is there a setting I need to fucking adjust? Is there a button I need to fucking press? Is there something I could fucking do? Okay. This is called Any Man Can Be Attractive.
That literally any man could be attractive. You could be a 2 or a 3 out of 10 right now and be a 6 or a 7 above average in a matter of months. Not years, months. Take it from a girl.
Now, I don't know if that's 100% true. Every man that exists, and every woman that exists, really, like if you place an emphasis on making yourself more physically attractive, you can accomplish it. Regardless of the hand that you have been dealt by genetics and facial configuration and jaw strength and anything else out there. There's always something you can do if that's where you want to put your resources and marshal your time. There's always something you can do to become more attractive. So that's true. The idea that a guy that's a 2 could go to a 6 or 7 or 8 in a matter of months, I find a little bit more dubious, but I suppose it depends on the exact nature of their problems.
Drop the hopelessness and do the following. First, you don't need to look like Thor to get a girl's attention. Just look good enough to catch our eye. Get in the gym and don't slack on the areas that literally shape your masculine frame. Don't skip the triceps, traps, and delts. These are the key areas that will help you fill out your shirts and make you appear more masculine. Speaking of shirts, please.
I know that she doesn't want to say it, but the butt matters too. Like, don't skip leg day. Don't skip butt day. There are so many women out there that are obsessed with dudes' butts. Even if they have no actual idea why, right? They don't seem to actually have any intention of utilizing that butt in any way. I mean, granted, there are some girls out there that'll pull out the strap-on from the chest or whatever, but that's, you know, typically a lot of heterosexual women, they like butts. They have no intention of doing anything with the butt. They just like it. So don't skimp on the butt.
Please stop dressing cringe. The Justin Bieber look is just not it. You don't need to spend a ton of money to have good style. I'd rather buy a cheap pair of pants and spend the money on alteration.
I mean, it's decent advice, but you can't just tell people, and I get that there's limitations because you're doing shorts as your primary form of content, but you can't just tell people, go be stylish, because people don't know how to just do that, right? No one has I mean, some people have an innate sense of style. That's not true that no one has that. But people who are not dressing well, typically it's because they have no idea how to do it. Not everyone has my problem of being an absolutely gigantic, hulking fucking being that cannot fit into 99% of all clothes.
Rather than some poor-fitting designer clothing. Women like guys that look put together in clothes that fit well. This makes them look more mature and higher status. The third is so simple. Get a haircut and style it. Go look up videos of how haircuts can change a guy's attractiveness. It is astounding. So stop using the below average excuse and start implementing these tips.
We are 3 videos in, and I have not really found all that much to disagree with thus far.
What's up, my guys? Girls aren't attracted to you, and it's not because you're not 6'6" with a 6-pack and a 6-figure income. It's way
I have some of that going on.
simpler and they're all an easy fix. Here's why you're turning women off. You seek validation. A woman doesn't want to do the validating. Are you constantly going through her phone because you're scared she's talking to another man? Are you still talking to other women because your girlfriend's validation still isn't enough? Are you allowing your girlfriend to walk all over you because you hope it will prove to her how much you're willing to change for her? You're weak and she'll leave you in an instant. You have no drive. A common misconception in today's dating market is that women expect you to be in the top 5%. You don't have to have a large income to secure a woman, but you do need to have the work ethic of one who does. Permanent contentness and regular dinners at McDonald's won't get you there. What's up, my guys?
Okay, so here's one that I think I could take a little bit more issue with. Because this is, I don't really take issue with it specifically. I take issue with the limiting frame that she's applying it. Like she's taking a little thing and looking like this, and it's like, no. The problem is that not just guys looking for validation from girls. The problem is human beings looking for validation from each other in the first place. Now, that's not to say that your friends and your loved ones and your contemporaries out there in the world cannot do things to validate you. Of course they can. Sometimes I'll be out in public and I'll see somebody, it used to be when people just came up to me randomly, they wanted to, oh, you're the amazing atheist. Now they want to talk about this beard. They love this beard, or at least the ones who come up to me do. The people who don't like it probably don't say anything. But the people who like the beard, they come up to me and they compliment the beard and they say, oh, how long did that take you to grow? What do you do? Et cetera, et cetera. And other guys with beards are always just like, hey, man, nice. And I'm like, oh, yeah, you too, man, you too. That kind of stuff. And that is validating and that's nice. But you cannot rely on someone else to be your source of validation. Not a loved one, not a significant other, not a friend, not a family member, whatever they might be to you. They can validate you to a point, but ultimately you have to have a sense of validation that comes from within. You have to be able to like yourself, and no amount of everyone else telling you you're the greatest is going to do that. I saw a very sad clip not too long ago of the lead singer of Linkin Park, Chester Bennington, performing at a live concert, and he was sort of doing that thing where they get up next to the barricade and they sort of partially fall into the crowd. They don't crowd surf exactly, but they just kind of let people touch them. And, there were so many people just grabbing on him and touching him and just like putting their hands all over him, not in a creepy way because he's inviting it. And just like the amount of love and attention that was in that room and the amount of people in that, just a huge arena full of people that just love this guy. Think he's awesome. Think he's amazing. Think he's so talented. Think he's just like this great poetic lyricist, this amazing singer, this amazing stage presence, and they just adore him. An arena full of people validating him. And he fucking killed himself. So doesn't that tell you that no amount of that is going to fill the hole inside? If you have some black festering chasm at the center of your soul, no one can fill it up but you. No one can fill that fucking hole other than you. You're the only one who can do it. Other people might be able to alleviate some of the darkness for a moment, but they can't be there for you like a life support system. That includes significant others. Men should not be looking for endless validation from their women. Women should not be looking for endless validation from their men. Men should not be looking for endless validation from their men. Women should not be looking for endless validation from their women. Non-binary people should not be looking, whatever. Whatever you are, whatever you're with, you can't expect them to be the ventilator that's keeping you going. That's way too much pressure to put on anybody.
Social media.
What's
up, my guys? Most girls won't admit this, but for your sake,
This is called Nice Guys Suck. Let's see.
Will. I hate nice guys. So let me help you out. Here are 3 nice guy traits to avoid. Stop sending exclamation points and emojis. Who am I texting? My best girlfriend? You're texting like this because you think it'll make you more relatable. I want a man. You can make me feel comfortable.
Real men don't use no damn emojis now. What's with all these exclamation points and emojis? Makes you feel kind of feminine. All right, so this is the first one where I'm just like, what is she talking about? But you know what? As a personal preference for her, fine. I don't care. If you don't like a dude that uses emojis, that's perfectly fine for you. But I don't know if that advice necessarily translates across the board. I also don't really see what it has to do with niceness. Like, a dude can't be a complete and utter dickbag and use emojis. I'm pretty sure he can.
Without giving me feminine vibes. Stop putting my needs before yours. Why do you think Chad is getting my attention? Do you think it's because I get what I want every single time I ask him for it? Do you think it's because every time I get upset, he apologizes or buys me something to make me feel better? Do you think it's because...
So the thing I don't like about this kind of content right here is that she's putting out her own personal preferences as like, this is the law. I am now speaking to you on behalf of all women everywhere. I am telling you what we want. And she might represent a significant chunk of women, but she certainly doesn't represent all of them. I guarantee you that there are plenty of women who are looking for a nice doormat guy. A guy that's just going to cave to everything they want all the time. There are women looking for that. Plenty of them. So this is not necessarily good advice. Honestly, I think that there's nothing more cringe in the world than a guy who you can tell is just like a little doormat guy trying to be the alpha, trying to be the sigma, trying to be the Chad, right? Because it comes across like a total farce. Everyone knows that's not the true nature of that guy. So really, you got to play to your strengths. And if your strength is not super assertive and full of confidence, then find a way to make your like more submissive nature charming. Play to your strengths and look for the women who want that. If there is a girl who wants a Chad, you're never going to get her if you're a fucking like whatever the opposite of a Chad is. A chud, I guess. You're never going to get that. Look for the girl that likes what you are. Emphasize those traits. Play to your strengths. Don't try to be something you're not. Because that is always, always, always going to be cringe.
Because he stays home from the gym or his boys' night when I tell him I don't want him to leave? No, compliments. Without meaning, that is. Calling a girl beautiful only goes so far. We know when you're saying it, it's just...
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the most empty things you can honestly say to most women. Because if a woman is even remotely beautiful, she's heard that she's beautiful about 20,000 times. So it doesn't really mean much to her. If you're going to compliment a woman for the first time, one that you're interested in, you should try to find something about her to notice that not everyone would notice. You should try to find something that is a little bit outside of that sort of standard playbook of, oh, you look so good, you're so pretty. It means something to them coming from their partner. But coming from some random dude, it means virtually nothing. It's just, yeah. Heard it all before.
Because you think you have to. You make it lose its meaning. Whether it's your opening line on Hinge or a text you send me after meeting. This one does you no favor, Steve. It's just a slimy way to put me in a position where I can't respond negatively without being called an ungrateful bitch. What's up, my guy?
All right. I mean, I think that's a pretty good summation of her personal preferences, and that's fine for what it is. But unless you're targeting specifically her, you might want to keep your eyes more towards the general.
Social media is out to destroy men. It's no secret that men are visual creatures. And honestly, I see no problem with that. But the algorithms exploit this as a weakness to keep you on their platforms as long as possible. By only filling
All right, let's hear this.
in your following tab with IG models, you're feeding into the exact system that's making men weak today. My guys.
Yep. Well, she's got me pegged. Not literally. Not yet. I don't know.
There's nothing wrong with having primal physical attraction to women, but
Sure.
use that primal desire to attract real girls in real life. To become the man that won't accept a girl at face.
Well, here's the thing about that. The real primal desire of men out there in the world is not necessarily attractive to women. A guy that's just like, oh my God, damn, oh, look at that ass, holy shit. Ah, ha, ha, ha. I don't think that big ass chick is going to look over there and see that guy drooling and be like, ooh, you know what? You know, so I don't feel like that one works logically.
Value and the men that women need to better themselves for. You have the ability to change your own algorithm. So engage with content that will actually serve you. Because at the end of the day, your presence on this earth is to fuel the betterment of society. Social media is out to destroy men.
You know, I don't think there's any problem with filling your Instagram tab with giant asses. I've done it. I've not seen a deleterious effect on my life. I feel like it makes me happy to just scroll through Instagram and see giant butt after giant butt. It makes me feel a little feeling of contentment deep down inside, just knowing those giant butts are out there.
So you got the not feeling the chemistry text again. Well, here's why. Feminism has completely destroyed the confidence of men. You're afraid to even lean into your jokes, or even make them to begin with, because you're afraid of offending a woman. You're completely unwilling to acknowledge her appearance, or physically touch her because you're afraid of being creepy. And you're afraid of revealing interesting things about yourself because you think you're weird and have nothing to offer compared to that 1% man. In short, you're a nice guy, and nice guys don't stimulate women. So what's the solution? Simple. Start acting like a man. That 1% man energy is nothing more than
I mean, I don't really feel like they need to start acting like men. I just feel like they need to start acting like themselves. Because here's the thing, like, even if you do manage to put on some airs and fake your way through something and get a woman interested in you by pretending to be something you're not, eventually she's going to catch the fuck on. You're way better off just putting forth who you really are in that initial meeting, in that initial date or hangout or whatever it is. You're way better off just being like, here's who I am, here's what I'm about. Don't like it? There's the fucking door. I think that that's not necessarily, I think all people should conduct themselves like that. Because no one wants to get invested in someone and then just find out that the person they're invested in is some fucking construct that you made up in your mind designed to attract a specific kind of person. This fake it till you make it thing doesn't really work because eventually the mask will slip and they'll see like, oh, that's not who he really is. This is who he really is. And then you're fucked because there's nowhere to go from there. You should have learned that this incompatibility existed initially. Everyone would have been way happier.
making that woman you're with feel like a woman. Take it from me, women know what men are like. So when you're holding back and acting timid, we instantly lose attraction. Do you really think that we...
Honestly, at this point, I feel like these dudes could be doing a lot worse than listening to her and her advice. I don't feel like it's particularly harmful. It doesn't necessarily reflect my worldview, but it has internal consistency to its logic. And she's not mollycoddling these guys. She is prodding them to do better. She is prodding them to improve themselves. And I haven't seen anything on this channel thus far that makes me think that she is some kind of problem. And therefore, I'm going to move on. I would rather 100 times over rather they be watching whatever her name is. What was it?
All right, some
Billy
people are not
Ray
going-
Brand. I'd a million times over rather they be watching Billy Ray Brand than Andrew Tate, from what I've seen. Maybe if I dug deeper into this catalog, I would find some truly heinous shit. I don't know. But I don't think that what she's saying is totally without value. I don't agree with all of it, but a lot of it seems at least reasonable. And I'm glad that someone is saying that stuff to these particular men. So I don't think she's all that harmful, if at all. So I'm gonna say done with that. I'd watch her on mute. I mean, to each his own. I prefer this kind of thing myself. In the interim between segments, I'm just going to put this up. She seems pretty reactionary. I mean, she definitely seems like she's traditional. She probably is right-wing in her politics. But I don't really see her rhetoric, from what I saw, as being particularly problematic. I didn't hear anything that made me say that's so fucking wrong and disgusting that I can't believe someone just said it. Everything seemed internally consistent and at least somewhat reasonable. So I don't really agree that it's reactionary content. Maybe she has reactionary content elsewhere on her channel. But I don't think that one was. Let's see what's up next on our roster here. All right. I got to mentally prepare myself for this one a little bit. It's one of these proof against atheism videos. I just don't understand the culture of men having to meet 100s of expectations, but there's no expectation of women to treat men like humans. You know, maybe I've just been out of the dating scene for too long. Maybe my sort of like quasi fame has shielded me from some of the stuff you guys are talking about, and I just don't 100% get it. But I feel like there's plenty of expectations put on women. I don't feel like women are just like bereft of social expectations or anything. Like I've seen in real time some of the expectations that are placed on women, right? I mean, I have expectations of women. I mean, I don't try to enforce them by authoritarian fiat on all women or something. But I think that a great number of women, you know, like if I have a partner, I expect things of them. Just like they expect things of me. I don't think it's ridiculous to have expectations of a person that you're with or that you could potentially be with. I think that there is reasonable expectations and there's unreasonable expectations, and both sexes can have those things. All hail the omni-butt. Proof against atheist, LMAO. What a novel concept. You'd think they'd give up. Yeah, but they never will. They're going to keep on chugging along. Keep on keeping on. All right. Well, no point in delaying it. Might as well just dive right in. This is Proof Against Atheism.
Hi everyone, This is a proof against atheism. For this video, I'm going to define atheism as not believing in anything supernatural.
That's already wrong. I see there's a little thing at the bottom here. You guys can't see all of it because it's getting cut off a little bit. Let me try to fix that. Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah, there we go. I don't know. This box is just not the ideal size. I guess I can make the video smaller. All right. I do have to kind of make a fucking choice between cutting off the top or cutting off the bottom. I guess I will cut off the top, and hopefully that will not lead to problems. But he says here at the bottom, if you disagree with this definition, just replace the term atheist throughout this video with not believing in the supernatural. Then you can be an atheist who believes in the supernatural. Well, the problem with that is that you're already not delivering on the promise at that point, because proof against atheism would mean proof against, like, that would basically be the same thing as proof of God. Or at least, no, it'd have to be proof of God. Because even proof that there could be a God wouldn't be enough. You could still be an atheist. And now you've changed the definition of atheism so radically that it no longer has any meaning. But I guess we'll have to proceed because this is what I've pulled. But I already just completely object on a foundational level to this video.
So only believing in the physical world. Try giving this a chance. I think it'll be worth it.
Okay.
To be specific, I'm going to prove that the average atheist has unknowingly two contradicting beliefs.
All right.
Belief one is something that everyone can agree on, that you have a stream of consciousness, as in you will experience future events.
I mean, that's not always true. You could die right now, and then you would not experience any future events. But yes, I guess for the most part,
pretty non-controversial.
That's agreeable.
Belief two is atheism, or some people call it materialism. The belief that nothing supernatural exists, only the physical world. I
don't even know how you're defining supernatural. Because here's the thing. You could think, hey, something like ghosts are supernatural. But if we were to ever prove that ghosts do exist and study them and quantify them and figure out what phenomena causes ghosts to be, then it would no longer be supernatural. It would just be part of the natural world. It always would have been part of the natural world, but our understanding of the natural world would have increased to the point where we now understand ghosts are real. Here's what they are. Here's why they happen. And then it would become incorporated into our view of the natural world. So ghosts are not necessarily supernatural. They're supernatural from our perspective because we don't know if they actually exist. We don't know how they could be explained if they do exist.
To prove that these two beliefs...
Do you have two beards? Kind of. So just as an aside, I guess, naturally, my beard wants to fork like this, which I think is kind of cool, but it's not really the thing I'm going for, so I usually force them to incorporate into as much of a homogeneous beard as I possibly can. So that's that. Not really relevant to anything, but I felt like it was worth explaining.
Contradict each other. And as long as we still agree with belief one, we have effectively proven that atheism is wrong and the supernatural exists.
How?
First, I will give two implications of atheism/materialism to help us understand it.
Okay.
Next, I will ask two questions to help establish that you do indeed believe you have a stream of consciousness, and that you do believe you will experience a future body. Lastly, I will ask question 3, which is the proof that will prove that these two beliefs contradict each other. That a stream of consciousness denies atheism.
All right, well, I guess he's building an argument. He's building a case, so we're not going to be able to just tear it apart bit by bit. We're going to have to go on this journey with him. So I hope you guys are ready. I hope you've packed a lunch. Let's do it.
/ materialism. At the end of question 3, you will be forced to admit that atheism is wrong.
Okay.
So what are these two aspects / implications of atheism / materialism?
All right. We're about to hear the implications of atheism, not really atheism, / materialism.
To help explain things, imagine these blocks are molecules or particles in the universe.
Okay.
The first aspect is that it does not matter if I swap the position of two molecules in the world, given that they have identical properties.
Sure.
Assuming that they have identical properties, swapping these two molecules should have no effect on the universe.
Sure.
Let me say this again. If the before and after picture are physically the exact same, and we only believe in the physical world existing, then by definition, swapping these molecules had no impact on the world.
Okay, fair.
Aspect 2.
I mean, I could probably split hairs over it, but I'm not going to. I essentially agree.
Temporarily deconstructing anything into its molecular components, then reassembling it back together, does not directly have any long-term impacts on the object / being. If the object is physically the exact same with or without deconstruction / reconstruction, then there is no impact.
Okay.
So now that we've established atheism / materialism,
I mean, I think that here we kind of have the Star Trek transporter argument where, you know, did the transporter transport you, or did it kill you and then rebuild an identical copy somewhere else? And, you know, like there have been instances in Star Trek where transporter signals have bounced off of atmospheric conditions and, you know, accidentally created clones of the person. So if that thing that emerges at the other end of the transporter is just ultimately no different than a replica, then really what's happened is you've died and then an identical you has appeared, but it's not really you. And I forget what the name of the thought experiment is, but it's like the ship of Odysseus or whatever the hell, or some Greek, where, you know, components are replaced over time to the point where there's no original pieces left. So is it really the same ship? And this is very relevant to us because the atoms that make up our body change over time. I think every 7 years or so, we're an entirely different configuration of atoms.
materialism. Let's establish that you have a stream of consciousness and you will indeed experience a future body.
Sure.
Question 1. Here on Earth, if I reveal to you that as we speak, there coincidentally exists a person with your exact molecular structure on an alien planet, whose body are you currently experiencing?
Mine.
Who would you rather not get shot tomorrow? Whose bed will you wake
Me.
up in tomorrow?
Mine.
Think about it for a second.
I don't have to. It's not a hard
Correct.
question.
You will be looking out of your own earthly body tomorrow.
Sure.
Pretty easy.
Right.
Tomorrow when you wake up,
The ship of Theseus. Okay. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, chat. You're so smart.
you're going to be looking at your own bed. What goes on in alien planets does not affect you.
Sure.
You would probably prefer that this random clone dies over yourself. Question 2. Pretty much the same question. Today, here on Earth, if I told you that tomorrow...
Man, he better be building to something fucking spectacular with this one. That's all I got to say. Because the journey so far has been kind of like, you know, the initial run through Jurassic Park, where it's like, and over here you'll see the Dilophosaur. Oh wow! Wait, where is it? And there's the T-Rex. Where is he? Right? So far, not a fun journey, but it's all going to be worth it. When at long last, I must change my name from the Amazing Atheist to the Amazing Theist once the final proof bomb drops.
On some alien planet, a scientist will coincidentally build another person with your exact molecular structure.
Okay.
Who would you rather not get shot tomorrow? Whose bed will you wake up in next week?
This is the exact same question. This is exactly what is even the difference between the first question and the second? The only difference is in the second one, some professor made it, right?
And remember, we're asking current you. This is before the clone is made. So there's only one person to ask.
Okay.
Earth you.
So I'm being asked this before the clone is made. So before the mad scientist on the other planet makes a clone, I am asked, would I rather I be shot or this future clone of me that's going to exist on another planet be shot? Before it happens. That's important for some reason. Okay.
The answer should be, you wake up in your own Earth bed.
Right.
You prefer that this random clone gets shot over yourself in the future.
Okay.
What goes on in alien planets does not affect you.
Sure.
If this isn't your answer, allow me to expand on question 2.
Oh my God, please don't. Please don't expand on question 2. All right.
If I told you that tomorrow you will get to eat the best food ever and you're going to get $1 billion,
okay.
Take a second to picture yourself
I wouldn't believe you, but it sounds nice.
Eating your favorite food tomorrow, just...
Don't say it's nonsense, because we don't even know where it's going yet. It's all going to come together.
Imagine savoring that taste.
I hope.
You would be pretty excited. Now, would you be equally excited?
When I watch a video like this, I got to say, my main thing when I'm watching a video like this, and I'll go full camera for this for a second. When I'm watching a video that's like, we are going to prove atheism wrong, we're going to prove that there is a God, they're going to prove that there's a supernatural realm, we're going to prove all these crazy things. I know you guys probably think I go into that just like, fuck off. But I don't. Every single time I approach it with an open mind, I'm hoping that they're going to succeed. I'm hoping that they're right. I'm hoping they're going to convince me, hey, there's something beyond this material world. There is a big old fucking man in the sky going, ho, 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 yes, I am your master. I'm not hoping that's true, but god damn it, it'd be fucking fast. It'd be a mind-blowing fucking moment in my life when I realize, holy shit, they're right. Holy shit, they figured it out. I'm not adverse to that moment happening. That would be a spectacular moment. But every freaking time, it just feels like sophistry, weird, juggle all these ideological balls in the... It's like, I can tell what's going on right now in this video is like a bunch of razzle-dazzle. Let's overcomplicate things to the point where a dumb person watching will just be like, hey, yeah. That's the only objective here. Prove me wrong, video. Prove me wrong.
Excited if I instead told you that someone on an alien planet far, far away with your exact molecular structure was going to be built tomorrow and get these luxuries instead? No, you're not going to be as excited because you're not going to be the one experiencing it.
Yep.
Unless you on Earth equally anticipate getting to eat that food in both scenarios, you admit that your consciousness is in a specific body. You acknowledge that
Hey, guy. How many times are you going to make the same point to me about how I would not be... Yes, I don't care about my alien clone. I don't care that there is another person with the exact same genetic configuration of me on another planet, across the cosmos, somewhere. I don't care. That's his problem. You know what I mean? I don't care if he gets shot. I don't care if he gets 1 billion Gromulex, which is what they use for currency on that planet. I don't care if he gets to eat the finest foods, bed the fucking hottest people. I don't care. Because it's not me. I get it. I get that point. I got it the first fucking time. I don't understand the need to keep belaboring this. I've grokked it, my man.
there's a specific body you will experience in the future.
Uh-huh.
All right. Now that we've...
Yeah, you know. And, I hope it's this body. All right.
established that you do indeed have a stream of consciousness and will experience a future body, and we've also laid out the two aspects of atheism/materialism,
I mean, you laid out a completely flawed definition of atheism that has nothing to do with the actual definition, and that's what you've done.
Now we can do question 3. This is the important one. This one.
All right. Yeah. Let's see.
Will prove atheism can't be true. It
All
will
right.
prove that these
Ready.
two past ideas contradict.
Hell yes. Let's do this.
Question 3. Okay, imagine we were to do an experiment tomorrow. This will be you.
Okay.
One by one, I replace all of your molecules with new ones of the same properties. And then I put all of your old molecules back together.
It's just the ship of Theseus thing. That's all it is. It's fuck ship of Theseus thing that we already fucking talked about earlier. This already happens naturally, dude. Every 7 years, every atom in your body is different. I'm shedding atoms and taking in new atoms right now. You know, this is like the whole, you can never step into the same river twice because it's always different. It's always changing, just like people. How disappointing. How fucking-pointing!
Together, creating a second body.
Okay.
Which body would you prefer I not shoot? Which one are you looking out of? Whose bed do you wake up in tomorrow? You were able to...
I mean, who's me at that? The question is, who's me at that point? This is the second part of the ship of Theseus thing is all of those other parts from the ship, the old ship of Theseus, as they're replaced, are built into a new ship. So which one is really the ship of Theseus? And it's a real noodle baker, and there's lots of different ways you can interpret the problem. But this doesn't prove anything. Because from my quote-unquote perspective, both will be me. It's the Thomas Riker thing that I referenced from Star Trek earlier. Both of those individuals have a sense of continuity. Asking me which one's me, here's the reality. Neither fucking one. Both are going to have a sense of continuity from me to them, but neither one is actually me. They're both now totally different entities. But you know what? Here's the rub in that. I'm a different entity now than I was when I started this video. Because now my experience contains watching this video, saying the things I've said. I'm a different person now than when I just said that shit a second ago. Because now I've said this shit. It's changed. This sense of continuity is all well and good. But if you cloned me 1 trillion times, every single one of those clones is going to have a sense of continuity from my birth to where they are now. So the sense of continuity is not really what matters here.
To choose a body in previous questions, choose one here. And remember, the experiment hasn't happened yet. So
I don't care. Shoot them both.
there's only one person to ask at the moment. Now here's the great thing. Any answer to this question accepts that you disagree with atheism and you acknowledge the supernatural exists.
I'm ready.
There are 0 logically coherent answers that will allow you to believe materialism and believe you have a stream of consciousness.
Okay.
If you say you're looking at the new matter body, then you disagree with aspect number 2 of materialism.
Sure.
This is because you believe that your consciousness is no longer in your
Well,
old matter.
that wasn't my answer. So
if we redo the scenario, but the new matter didn't exist, and your body was instead swapped out with air, then you simply believe the act of deconstructing and reconstructing the old matter caused you to permanently die.
I don't believe I permanently died. I believe that one version of me died and a new version emerged somewhere else. It has my same sense of continuity, has my same identity, etc. But is it truly me? I don't know. I don't think it is. I think that it is a seamless facsimile.
Disagree with materialism. If you say that you're looking at the old matter body, then you disagree with aspect number
Also
1
not
of
my
materialism.
answer.
This is because you believe that your consciousness is not in the new matter. If we redo the scenario, but we never reconstruct the old matter, then you believe simply the act of swapping out your molecules with identical ones caused you to permanently die. You disagree with materialism. You believe the supernatural exists. I call this the molecular doppelganger dilemma. Regardless of your answer, you disagree with atheism. That's
Wait, what about my answer, though? That neither one's me.
because all of the answers disagree with atheism. This is not a matter of I don't know. It's a matter
He's not going to address my answer, is he? He didn't think about that one, did he?
of there is no
Okay.
possible outcomes that agree with atheism. This is because
I mean, I don't even... Here's the thing. I don't even understand what the fuck this has to do with atheism or materialism. What is the point here? Like, it's an interesting thought experiment. It's basically just a ship of Theseus, but it's you. So you're a little bit more invested in it, maybe. But beyond that, I don't really understand what this has to do with the price of rice in China, my man. What is this?
atheism and consciousness never went together well in the first place. You must accept that the supernatural exists. Atheism is wrong. Religion hasn't answered question 3. My belief is that your consciousness is in your soul.
Okay.
And that your consciousness is in...
I mean, that's just false. I mean, your consciousness, we don't completely understand the nature of consciousness, so I'm not going to definitively tell you what consciousness is. But it does very much seem to be a matter of, like, your brain, your body, your nervous system, all those things comprise consciousness. So I'm curious how he's going to solve this little thing now that he's laid out this idea that you got a soul. Which one's the soul going to go to? Does the soul split in two? Does a new soul form? Let's see.
in the new matter, because that's where your soul is. Regardless of how likely you think my answer is, at least it is logically coherent. There is no logically coherent answer under atheism. Impossible?
God damn it. He always brings up these tantalizing possibilities and ignores them. Like, how many things have I brought up just in the process of sitting here watching this that is not addressed in this video? You would think, like, he clearly sat down and wrote this and animated it. He didn't think of that. He didn't think of the question of, like, okay, so what if you build that other person? Where does the soul go? What, does that other person not have a soul? And by that logic, do they not have a consciousness? Or do they just... Are they just like brain dead mush zombies that just can't do anything because they have no soul to animate them? Or do they form a new soul on the spot? Does the soul split? That question's not, I mean, okay.
Will always be better than impossible. When you accept that there must be more than the physical world, suddenly religion should look a lot more...
I don't even understand the connection between what you're talking about and a like an ethereal realm or a non-physical world. I guess the connection is the soul, but you never demonstrated the soul existed anywhere in that. You never fucking came up with anything that was like, and here's why we know we have a soul. And by the way, if your goal here is to prove that people have souls, the title of your video should be Proof of the Soul. But you didn't have that either. What you should have called this video is Tedious Rebrand of the Ship of Theseus, but with people. Man. I'm always disappointed. Every time I watch one of these videos, it always ends up disappointing me. What a sad state of affairs. TJ, please go long. I mean, I got plenty more to talk about, dude. I got plenty more segments, and I don't have anything better to do, so we'll get to them. One by one, we'll get to them. I'm in no rush. You know, make this a way better interim screen if I had one of those like. Well, no, that would block butts. Never mind. I was gonna say if there was a like one of those little cartoon versions of me sitting there in that little kind of blank space, but what am I thinking? I'd be blocking butts at that point. Unless it was just like a cutout of my head in between them. I might have to change this this interim screen. It's too powerful. But for this show, whatever. This will be the booty edition of Abandon Hope. If you want to ask the same question over and over again, it should be, are you goat or fish? More concise, more powerful. Yes, of course. The booty is a beauty. Boom, 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 boom. Vosh argues with chat about weed addiction and bans angry chatter. Well, before we start, should probably, once again, this is all legal medicinal herbs that are, you know. Okay. Let's see what's going on here.
It is impossible for me to describe how little I trust people who habitually use drugs. Vosh, it feels bad when you say that because I'm legit trying to get off drugs. Yeah, so wouldn't that mean that you're Wait, why? Wait, why? Wouldn't it be the opposite? Wouldn't you feel bad about that if you were trying to get on drugs and I was condemning drug use? That's good. I thought you smoked in the bank. No, I never smoke. I drink sometimes, and I have a lot of coffee. Vosh, shame.
His drugs are fine, though. I mean, Americans have, by and large, kidded themselves that caffeine is not a drug. I don't know where this notion came from that caffeine isn't a drug. I don't know why we think it's all right to tell kids not to do drugs, but then give them caffeine. I don't know why it's treated so much less seriously than every other drug in existence. But here's yet another example of that. Here's a guy that just told you that he doesn't trust any drug user. Anybody who habitually uses any drug, meh, don't trust him. The next breath, by the way, I'm a habitual caffeine user. Oh, okay. Well, that one's different, though. We've decided as a society that one's different. Provide me the logic for why it's different. Can't do it. But it's different. Trust us.
Shaming people doesn't help them get off. If I wanted them to get off, I would jerk them off, okay? If I wanted to make broad...
Oh, okay, well, we could talk about that in the DMs sometime, Vosh.
Statements saying that I don't trust habitual drug users, I would make broad statements saying that I don't trust habitual drug users. I'm not trying to help anyone get off. I'm not talking to a person directly.
I mean, I hate this approach where all drugs are now being treated as though they're 100% equivalent to one another, right? Like, there's no qualitative difference. It's just drugs. Like, Vosh basically right here has turned into a 1980s anti-drug PSA where all drugs are just being treated as one blanket thing. and we're going to ignore any sort of pharmacological differences that might exist between them, because that's not what this is about. This is about Vosh feeling superior because his drug is okay. His caffeine addiction, there's no problem there. That's a nice little stimulant. That keeps him going.
Directly. I'm just saying that I don't. Drugs, the thing that impede the functioning of your brain. Why are you can say anything to this chat. I swear. Oh my.
Things that impede the functioning of your brain. Well, I mean, once again, we got to talk about the drug. I mean, one of the drugs you said you do engage in is alcohol. I would say that on a list of drugs that impede the functioning of the brain, alcohol's got to be close to the tippy top, right? Now, he didn't say he's a habitual alcohol user. He says he gets drunk once in a while. And I'm sure, he would, obviously point out that caveat. But as far as drugs that inhibit your reasoning faculties, that one's close to the tippy top of the list. There's plenty of drugs that enhance your brain's functions. Look at any sort of pharmacological study of LSD, mushrooms, hallucinogens in general. That broadens your mind in many ways. You can look up at a popcorn ceiling and see an amazingly intricate Renaissance-style painting in full, gorgeous detail on LSD. I know because I've experienced that. Now, probably wouldn't be the best drug to do my taxes on, but in terms of my visual imagination, my mind has been gigantically and enormously expanded. One of the reasons that mushrooms have been posited as a potential drug to treat depression is that it gets rid of old neural connections and forms new ones. So the very connectivity of your brain begins to change. Now, that's already something that kind of happens as a natural process, but a lot of your engrams and your ingrained behaviors are more capable of being changed when you're on mushrooms than they are when you're not. Now, is that a good thing for every single scenario? Probably not. Probably not a good idea to go to the bank and do some things with your accounts at that point. Better drug for that would be caffeine or some other stimulant, Adderall maybe. Things like that could help you in that scenario. Those are the helpful drugs for that task. But if you're going to, I don't know, create a piece of visual art, something like a little bit of mushrooms might help. If you're going to do something like go to a therapy session and try to overcome your depression, something like mushrooms might help. So this is just a very simplistic way of looking at drugs from a guy that's always chastising people about not bringing any nuance to their arguments. It seems like nuance is always weaponized with Vosh, isn't it? When you say something he doesn't agree with, he's got a mountain of nuance. When he says something disagreeable, the nuance well done run dry. Wouldn't you know it? Now, we're only 48 seconds in. I might be being unfair here. He might be willing to engage with some of the nuance in this argument, so let's see.
My God, dude, literally anything. Hey, Chad, I've got a banger of a hot take here. Don't you think drugs impede reasoning somewhat?
Some do, some don't. Don't treat drugs like a monolithic thing.
I don't know about that one, Vosh. I feel like that might be problematic. I feel like that might be ableist. I feel like that might be a little bit retarded. Is it though, chat? Is that?
Yes. Yes, it actually is.
Is that the thing that I said? Is it retarded? So that's why you hate musicians? Unironically. Weren't you high when debating someone back in 2019?
Unironically hates musicians, huh? I mean, I'm pretty sure that his life has been enhanced through music. Even if Vosh is not the kind of guy that will put on a record or something or turn on Spotify, I guarantee plenty of the anime that he has watched has been enhanced by music. Those musicians, in many instances, were enhanced by drugs.
Yeah, I stopped smoking about 3 years ago. But yeah, I was high back then. You've done several drunk streams? Yeah. Have you noticed any impairment to my reasoning when I do them? Have you? Have you? If you noticed a correlation, perhaps, between me being drunk on stream and me dedicating 90 minutes of that stream to making jokes that I don't have a water sports kink? Like, what do you want from me? How's the Adderall shortage going? Brutal, as always. Your alcohol stream's the funniest ever.
Oh, so he's on Adderall, too. Okay. I didn't know that. So, dependent on Adderall, a drug. Dependent on caffeine, a drug. Also, do you need 2 stimulants coursing through your system at all times? Like, I choose what I'm going to do on most days. I have ADHD. I take Adderall to help me with it. And I make a choice on most days. Is this a caffeine day or is this an Adderall day? Because I need one of the two.
Ever though? Yeah, being drunk is super fun. I'm a happy drunk. Always happy when I'm drunk and horny. Yes, but only when you're drunk. I don't distrust you as a person when sober because you've been drunk in the past. Dog, are we really doing this? I said habitual drug users, as in people who use them frequently. People who frequently use drugs, either because they have an addiction or because they're seeking the escapism, I have reasons to distrust both. If you don't distrust either of them, you're an idiot. It's okay to be those things while also distrusting them. For example, you could fairly say that you distrust people who are overly, chauvinistic as a joke. You can say that about me. That's fine. Stop pretending that there's no reason to say that with regards to drugs and reasonability, okay? Why does everyone get offended by everything that I say? You realize you could just go any other fucking leftist online who are all pissing themselves and shitting themselves nonstop trying not to offend their fucking piss crybaby audience, you know?
You know, it's funny because I kind of think of Vosh's audience as being totally sycophantic towards him. And on some issues, they certainly are. But it's nice to see them giving him this big dose of pushback on this really bizarrely bad take where not only is he a habitual drug user himself, and admittedly so. I mean, well, for me, it's treatment, though. Oh, I need the treatment. Oh. Okay, that makes it totally different, okay? Drugs make you unreasonable, except the drugs I do. Those are the reasonable making drugs, and they are, to be fair. But he acts like there's no purpose to any of these drugs. The purpose of alcohol, as we all know, is to get rid of some of those pesky inhibitions that hold us back. Now, for some people, that's a really fucking bad idea. For some people, it's a pretty necessary thing. If you are drinking alcohol on a daily basis, then you have a problem. But I don't think that makes you untrustworthy. I don't think to myself, a person who drinks on a daily basis is not a trustworthy person. Now, there might be certain tasks that I don't trust them with. There might be certain things I would not ask them to do because of that. But I don't think that there is some deep, horrible failing in their moral character at that point. There just isn't.
This is the one place, this is the only place where we can be cool and chill.
Now, I will add as a caveat to all this stuff that I'm saying, that there are certain drugs that are so powerfully habit-forming and so expensive that you cannot trust the people on them because they've become addicts and they're going to do anything they can to get drugs. And if that means stealing from you, even if you're their best friend, they're going to do it. So in that instance, yes, you cannot trust an addict of certain drugs. But someone who microdoses mushrooms every day, whatever, dude. Someone who takes Adderall every day, drinks caffeine every day, who gives a shit?
And normal. Please, God, everything. It's drugs and music, okay? We need to add to a list of stuff that I can't bring up. Vosh, I trust weed heads, but I don't trust, like, alcoholics. Yeah, that's true. Alcoholics are probably less trustworthy on average than weed heads by a pretty significant margin. Vosh, why? If they don't steal or act abusive when high, what's the issue? God fucking damn it, dude. Come on. Apply some critical thinking. Can you think of any possible issues with habitual drug use? Just any, like, hypothetically. Just, how about we put to use...
I mean, he obviously did think of some hypotheticals because he built those into the question. He obviously did think of that. He put that in the question itself when he said, if they're not stealing and they're not whatever the other thing was, then what's the problem? So basically he said, like, accepting these behaviors that are obviously a problem, what's the problem? And Vosh is like, well, are you really so small-brained you can't even think of the issues that might come up? He did. He wants to know what besides those issues he came up with could possibly be your issue. I mean, I don't know what the purpose of doing a stream and interacting with a chat is if you're going to get mad at them for just asking a question. And I know who I do a show with, okay? I realize the irony of that statement coming from me.
Some of the faculties that we've developed during the stream, during the time that we've spent together, and you could think possibly, what about the habitual use of a chemical that impedes brain functioning might mean theoretically, about a person or about what they do or how they act? Just could you fill in the blanks? Do I have to explain all of it?
Yeah, please do.
You can, like, this reminds me of that email I got where I said you shouldn't do crack in a subway, and a person emailed me being like,
he's going through an awful lot of explanation about why he's not going to explain his position any further. Is this just an instance where Vosh said something that he knows is indefensible, so now instead of picking up the gauntlet and defending it, he's just going to attack anyone who asks him to? Like, are you really so insignificantly tiny-brained that you can't fathom the plethora of issues that might arise from if someone is taking a mind-breaking substance that just destroys their reason, destroys their ability to understand anything going on around them? If they're doing that on a daily basis, nonstop, every second of every day, can you not see why that person is a problem when it comes to the issue of trust? It's like, okay, well, I guess if you lay on the hyperbole that thick, sure.
I want to debate you on how it's problematic of you to have said that you can't do crack in a subway. Crack users have rights too, and where else are they supposed to do it, you know? Vosh, you're just really fucking weird on this topic. I've known many people who smoke and they're perfectly fine, functional people. Yeah, including you, according to you. The only reason you'd be acting this way is if you were defensive. The idea of habitual use of drugs can make a person...
Yeah, well, people get kind of defensive when you just blanket label them untrustworthy for some superficial reason. It'd be like, man, anyone who's ever had a keloid, don't trust them. You know, like if someone was out there earnestly saying that, you can't trust someone with ADHD, can't trust someone on Adderall, can't trust someone who drinks caffeine. Like, you're not going to be offended by that if someone says that? I think you probably would be.
And untrustworthy. The idea that this is even remotely controversial to you is demonstrative of a problem in your brain, okay? Are you high now? Like, seriously, come on. Jesus Christ. Like, you realize how you sound, right? This is like I knew an aunt who smoked for 30 years and never got lung cancer. I have a friend who drinks all the time, and he's like, what argument are you making? What are you even saying? What are you saying to me right now? What words are you using? Is this English? Are you using English right now? Is this a different language? Is this Portuguese, the fake version of Spanish? What are you saying? There's always going to be someone in chat who's going to...
I think Vosh needs to get more of a curl in his mustache right there. Like a little oomph. And I think that when he says stuff like that, when in lieu of an argument, he just starts belittling and berating his audience, I think he should start being like, are you a child? Are you an imbecile? Is that what's going on here? Because only an imbecile would say the thing that you have just said to me, sir. And he twists up like, He needs that.
interpret whatever you say as a personal attack no matter what because it happens to hit their particular anxiety. Yeah, fuck, that's always it. It's always people who can't. It's a sign of low self-esteem because I can disagree with people, but when people, like when I watch live streamers and they say some shit I disagree with, I never think I'm being attacked. I never think that, even if it's my shit. And like I deal with that a lot too because I have plenty of extremely strong interests and disinterests. So it's not as though I'm not easy to like be disagreeable towards, at least by my definition.
Okay, so according to Vosh, he would not be offended. So I take back what I said. I take him at his word. I don't think he. So I retract that particular piece of the argument.
But I never interpret it as a personal attack. But a lot of people get really upset because they're like, oh no, you know? Like,
I mean, whether it is interpreted as a personal attack or not, it just doesn't make sense. Setting any potentially offended feelings aside, the argument doesn't hold up for reasons I've already outlined. I don't think I need to press on with this because I think that he's made the points he's going to make. I think I've made the points I needed to make. And so now it's up for you people to decide. And I will leave it at that. Does Vosh have autism? Yes. Yes, he does. Another drug that enhances brain function, by the way, nicotine. Just a little fact for you. Plenty of drugs enhance brain function, so it really doesn't make sense to say that all drugs inhibit brain function. Even the ones that do inhibit brain function in some areas enhance them in others, like alcohol gets rid of inhibition, makes someone more able to express themselves freely on like a dance floor or something like that, or in a conversation for people who have sort of social reluctancies built in. Marijuana can be relaxing to people. You know, I mean, I think that more important than condemning all drugs is understanding what drugs are useful in what scenario. And what are you using them for, and how are you using them? Because I think that there's always going to be places where a certain drug might be appropriate. Now, there's certain drugs out there I just don't think you should ever do under any circumstance. I don't think you should do crack. Probably shouldn't do heroin or really any opioid. I think the downside of those is just too strong. But there's plenty of drugs out there that are very positive or can be very positive if used in the right context. So I just don't really understand the argument being presented there. Weed helped me realize I'm non-binary and has helped me kickstart my creativity again. That's good. Let's take a look at this here. Excuse me. This is the Twitter account of Trad West. Hard times create strong men. They love that quote. I won't play this. This is just someone saving a kitten, which I think is fine. There's a little froggy, and he's saying, "Gentlemen, it is with great displeasure that I inform you that the soft men are making hard times." So there you go. There's a Trad West meme for you. Just the same thing you've heard a million times, but now it's coming from the vaunted mouth of a froggy. Here is, I guess, a meme. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. And there's just, you know, an angel of the Lord. Not a biblically accurate angel. One of those old-fashioned angels. Just, I don't know, helping out the sinner, I guess. Let's see. Healthy reminder. There is no such thing as casual sex. There is nothing casual about sex. Do not give your innocence, purity, dignity, and honor away for momentary pleasure. Save it for your future wife. She is the one who deserves it and will cherish it forever. If you think that sticking your dick in somebody is going to destroy your innocence, your purity, your dignity, and your honor, then you have officially started smoking crack. Christ is king. By his wounds we are healed. I love this just like completely generic religious propaganda that apparently you can get 1.5 thousand likes for in 3 hours, even though it just looks like some shit you'd see on a billboard in Missouri. All right. Here's an actual meme. Sir, we left a little mountain rage unconquered to the north. So what? There's 200 people there at most. What's the worst that can happen? I think when he says mountain rage, he means mountain range. I'm pretty sure that's what's intended there. I don't know what historical event this refers to, so I'm going to move on. Our society views virginity and commitment in a bad light. Our society is demonic. There is a better way. I don't really feel like maybe our society does view virginity in a bad light, but it kind of always has for as long as I've been around. I feel like virgins are more accepted now than ever. Because when I was growing up, like virgin was synonymous with loser, and I guess to some extent it still is. But it seems like there's more and more acceptance of virginity now than there pretty much ever has been. I don't think anyone views commitment in a bad light. I cannot think of a single thing I've ever seen or heard where someone was like, commitment sucks. And usually when I have seen that, it's been from like these macho types that are extraordinarily pussy whipped by their wives. And so they're basically just saying it as cope. Christ is king. Yeah. I mean, that's another thing this account does all the time is he reposts the same shit over and over again. That's always fun. I'm not reading this, whatever this poem is. Drop your hardest images in the comments. Satan's place is under the heel of God's servants. And, an angel of the Lord is stomping on Satan's head, I guess. That's supposed to be Satan, I suppose. But if you actually listen to the lore about Satan, Satan was supposed to have been God's most beautiful angel. And I mean, nothing against male pattern baldness or anything, but this does not look like God's most beautiful angel to me. Really, the angel stabbing him or about to stab him looks more like what I would imagine Satan looking like, or Lucifer, than this guy does. Another one of these, same exact one, actually. Tradition means giving votes to the most obscure of all classes, our ancestors. It is the democracy of the dead. Tradition refuses to submit to that arrogant oligarchy who merely happen to be walking around. This is the most imbecilic statement I've ever heard in my life, and I'll explain exactly why. The dead are dead. They no longer have to live in this world. Therefore, they deserve no say in its running. Why would we allow a tyranny of the dead to control us? None of them have to live in the here and now. We do. They had their time. They had their moment. It's done. It's our time now. And you know who should decide how it happens? Us. We should get to decide that because we're the ones who have to experience it. Does that make sense? That makes sense. Porn ruins lives. Citation needed. I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. It's got a one-way sign and a beat-up Pepe, and the one-way sign is, of course, pointing to the glowing cross in the distance, because that is the only path that will save this poor Pepe's soul. Which way? This is from Templar Pilled. I support the current thing. I support the opposite of the current thing, but then through the rough, middle, unwalked path, the path to Jesus. How is the path to Jesus the unwalked path? I'm pretty sure that literally billions of people have tread that path before. So, what are we talking about here? Same meme again, same meme again. Has anyone ever told you that Christ didn't exist? Well, I present to you the Shroud of Turin. Oh my God. The Shroud of fucking... There's a name I haven't heard in quite some time. The Shroud of Turin. You guys familiar with the Shroud of Turin? The Shroud of Turin is basically supposedly the death blanket that Jesus was wrapped in, and it still bears his face upon it for some reason. And the Shroud of Turin has been literally scientifically examined to see if there is any authenticity to it. Guess what? I don't even have to say the rest. You know. Bro dropped this, and it's a crown. 31-year-old man invited 89-year-old neighbor to live with him and spend her last days in company. Okay, I agree with that one. That is very nice. Same meme again. Having a positive feeling that Europe would return to Catholicism. Hundreds of Polish Catholic men praying the rosary during an event this week. So because there are people at a church, that's good, I guess. I don't know. The church belongs to Jesus Christ and is not a laboratory for theologians to experiment, says Pope Benedict. The worst pope, a pope so unpopular he had to retire from the office because no one liked his ratty old ass. But sure, same meme again. Okay, so here we have a super jacked, super muscular, super impressive Chad among Chads. And of course, he's wearing the cross. And around him is nature and the Bible and some weights and some meat and potatoes and milk and meditations by Marcus Aurelius. This is a very enlightened man. And over here, we have this skinny, emaciated guy, which is weird because the first thing on top of him is McDonald's. If this dude is a McDonald's addict, he's not going to be skin and bones, okay? He's going to have a quite different figure. He's got Twitch and Pornhub, which for some reason, even though they used the Prawnhub logo instead of the Pornhub logo, they still felt the need to cross it out. This other thing, I can't even tell what it is because it's crossed out so much. I can't even tell what I'm looking at. And then alcohol. I don't know why some of these things are crossed out and some are not, because apparently they're all bad. They all lead to being the miserable, emaciated, depressed figure. But the depressed figure says, I go to therapy, but nothing helps me. And then the muscular, ripped Wojak says, don't worry, brother. I know some things. And you know, if someone is depressed and someone who has their life more together wants to clap a muscular hand on their shoulder and take them on as an apprentice, as a pupil, hey, I have my life together, you don't. I would like to help you. I'd like to show you the things that work for me. That's completely 100% fine. I have no objection to that. I don't really see how anyone could have an objection to that. But, the problem is that, once again, we're just kind of lacking in the nuance department because there's plenty of dudes that eat meat and potatoes and lift weights and read the Bible and all that stuff that are still depressed. Sorry, still depressed. Plenty of dudes that go to McDonald's and drink alcohol and go on Twitch and do all that stuff that are still completely content. I know we want to tell ourselves these lies that, it's all about, this stuff, this superficial external stuff. But once again, I just got to caution you folks. It's not about what's out there. It's about what's in here. It's about what's in here. No amount of things you like will fill the hole. No amount of, earthly pleasures and delights are going to fix what's broken inside of you. Only you can do it. Now, the one thing that might actually help on this list is Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, which is genuinely a good book. Woke memes. Well, I've done the right-wing memes segment long enough to know that there are plenty of right-wing or trad memes that are just as lofty tomes. I also don't understand why a guy that's telling you to read the Bible and Marcus Aurelius is now saying, reading. That's for suckers. Trad memes. Christ is king. Bottom text. Chad Christ. Angry devil. So trad memes suck? Is that the point? This is what wealth looks like in 2024. Always has been. And it's, having a family. Look, if you derive joy from being a father or a mother, having a family, have at it. But just don't expect everyone to find their satisfaction in that life, because not everyone does. Plenty of people who are fucking mothers and fathers are fucking miserable. Okay? Okay. What is the most beautiful city in the USA? The most beautiful city that I've ever seen is probably Seattle, Washington. Now, I know that there are places in Seattle that are, destitute and stuff like everywhere else. But overall, extraordinarily beautiful city, extraordinarily beautiful region of the country in general. That would be my vote. I'm spiritual. No, you just smoke weed, and he crossed out weed. You can't even show the word weed. You just smoke weed, collect rocks, and hear voices in your head. Well, at the end of the day, as an atheist, I don't believe that the crystals heal people. I don't believe that lighting candles summons up spirits or does anything particular. I don't know what this stuff is about hearing voices in your head, because I especially don't know why a Christian is bringing that up, because plenty of Christians also hear the voices, just happen to be in a slightly different guise. I also think that the cross has no inherent power to it. I think that Jesus Christ, if he existed at all, was not divine. I think that there almost certainly is no God. So I view both of these religions in much the same regard. I don't view one as being innately superior to the other in terms of truth. I do, however, view one as being vastly superior to the other in terms of morality. And I am going to leave you guessing as to which one. I don't think it'll be that hard. More kissing Jesus' ass. As other European countries apologize for their colonial past, Portugal plans to celebrate theirs. It's funny to me that so many Christians are so infatuated with conquistadors and conquerors, considering that Jesus never really said anything, as far as I know, in favor of conquest. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find the part of the Bible where Jesus tells you to go and use violence to spread his message. I guess the closest thing would be when he says that he came not to bring peace, but a sword. But I don't think that was how that was to be interpreted. I think that Jesus was just trying to say that his teachings are going to be controversial. And I'm sure they were at the time, if indeed he existed in any form. In Italy, Georgia, Maloney is not charged. I don't know anything about this situation, so I'm not going to comment on more Jesus stuff. I'm only going to respond to the actual memes from this point. I'm just going to skip right over the God stuff, because we've had enough of that on this show. Yeah, I'm swag. Sigma who admires God. I mean, isn't the notion of a Sigma kind of antithetical to what Christianity is supposed to be? Isn't Christianity all about brotherhood and sisterhood and joining together with your fellow human beings? I think a Sigma, a person who by definition is apart from humanity and relies on no one else and goes their own path and all this stuff, is kind of the complete opposite of what a Christian would be. But maybe I just am taking the term too literally. Some praise of the Argentinian crazy libertarian president. More religion stuff. What is this? Was feudalism really that bad? Yep. We'll end on this one. Was feudalism really that bad? There's always corruption in any system, but it seems like everyone got a fair deal, on paper at least. Dude, I mean, you can just look at the enclosed graphical representation of feudalism and see that that's not true. There is a pyramid where a king is on top and a bunch of like the peasant class is just on the bottom. Like, there is a rigid social hierarchy that is inescapable. You cannot rise from you can't rise from the rank of peasant to the rank of lord. That doesn't happen. You are stuck where you are. There is no social mobility whatsoever. There's no going up. There's no climbing up the ladder. There's no improving your lot in life. You are consigned to wherever you are. That's not a great system. One of the problems with our current system is that it's too much like that. There's not enough ability for people to improve themselves, improve their lot in life. There's almost none. I suppose detractors would claim that being ruled by bloodlines is inherently unfair, but today your rulers are pretty much exclusively those who can, one, make the most money. Yeah, but, I mean, and I hate to I guess it's okay to kind of defend capitalism when I'm responding to someone defending feudalism, right? One of the reasons that capitalism is superior to feudalism is that at least that person made the money. At least they had to do something to make money. Now, far too many people in our system simply inherited it, but at least some of them had to fucking make it some of the time. Somebody somewhere had to make the fucking money. So there's at least that. In this system, you're literally where you are by birthright, and if that place sucks, you're there forever. If it rules, which you'll notice the pyramid doesn't broaden as it gets closer to the top, wouldn't be much of a pyramid if it did. It gets more and more narrow. So the vast majority of people consigned to a miserable lot in life from which there is no escape, and a select few get to be the ruling class by birthright forever and ever. Not a great system. Two, this is the second of the two things that your rulers now are decided by. Con the most people into voting for them. Sure, but at the end of the day, if we're going to get down to the nitty-gritty of lesser of two evils, I think I would rather be led by the person who was able to con the most people into voting for them than the person who was just born the ruler. You just get to rule everything. And I don't know if you've ever, cracked open a history book or anything, but a lot of these kings, they got up to some pretty nefarious shit. And you know why? Because there was no one there to stop them, because they were born with absolute power. I can't believe any human being would defend this system. I mean, it's just insane. In other words, 21st century America, look, I'll be the first to tell you that I don't think we are nearly as far away from feudalism as we'd like to think. I'd be the first to tell you that we still bear far too many resemblances to this social structure to this day. But the things that are different are mostly different for the better. In fact, I can't think of a single thing that was better under overt feudalism than now. Well, I can think of one thing, but it has nothing to do with the fact that there's not an existential threat to humanity looming around every corner in the I mean, I guess there's Black Death, so even that's not true. I was thinking nukes. They lived in a post-nuclear world. I guess that's a good thing. Our system rewards deceivers and con artists. At least being ruled by a noble family meant that your king was trained from birth to rule effectively. Man, the word noble, yes, nobility was a term applied to those people in the upper echelon. But to think that that in any way groks, or grok is when you comprehend something, that in any way, it's probably because I'm looking at the word grok right on the screen right here. The idea that just because they were called nobles, that they were noble by our modern definition of noble is pretty ludicrous, because in many instances, kings and noblemen and lords and ladies were brutal, horrible, nightmarishly evil and cruel people, because there was no one to hold them to any account. No one to hold them to even the slightest account. At least, okay, so yeah, I read that part already. The difference was the ruling class of the feudal system, kings and lords, actually offered protection to the serfs and needed to act honorably to secure loyalty from their vassals. The ruling class of today mostly extracts from the poor and suffer no consequences if they act. I mean, this is the summarization of what today's society is like is not that far off. But the summarization of what it used to be like, where you're getting like, oh, all this like wonderful protection from the ruling class. That's absurd. Play a game of chess. What are the pawns for? If you're playing a game of chess, which is a game that comes from this sort of social arrangement, is it the job of the king to protect the pawns, or the job of the pawns to protect the king? I think we all know the answer to that. So let's not be foolish here. Let's not make weird assumptions. And with that, I think we can conclude with this review of the Twitter stream of good old Tradwest. It's back to butts. And, I think my throat's pretty dry. And I do have a few other things I need to do today. And I've been doing it I can't really say I've been doing it for 4 hours, because I did take a long break in the middle. And I did take a minute to start. So we'll call it 3 hours, 10 minutes, something like that. But I think I'll call it there. I'll hang out for another minute or two, talk to you guys. But I think in terms of doing these segments, we're done. I think we have enough. I think the Manson thing I did could be a segment. Let me make sure I have enough segments for the next week or so. For the next week at least. The Manson thing could be a segment. The men's rights girl could be a segment. The proof against atheism could be a segment. The Vosh thing could be a segment. And that Twitter thing could be a segment. So I have plenty. So we're good. So does anyone have any questions, comments, topics they'd like to discuss before we end this show? Let me know. So do you hate Vosh now or nah? No, I don't hate Vosh at all. I think Vosh is... I love the way that he always figures out how to define the current argument. He always figures out how to... I mean, there's a big difference between someone who goes around participating in arguments and debates and someone who goes around setting those things. At the end of the day, Vosh is essentially a hot take machine that rapid fire shoots out hot takes. And because of that, he is constantly not just participating in the conversation, he is creating the conversation. And that's why he is at the level that he is. And I think that's very impressive, and I think he deserves massive props and accolades for that. I also think he's a very handsome guy. I personally find him to be handsome. I also think that he is very intelligent and very well spoken. That being said, there are certain things that I take issue with. And when I take issue with them, I want to participate in that conversation. You know, if someone other than Vosh had said the stuff that Vosh said about drugs, it probably wouldn't have been worth my time to respond to. Because the context of some random idiot saying something idiotic is not fascinating. The concept of Vosh, an intelligent person, saying something that I find idiotic is far more fascinating to me. And so I not only have a great deal of admiration for Vosh, I also find him intellectually stimulating. So I can't... I think it'd be very dishonest to say that I have any sort of animosity whatsoever. That said, I do like to poke him sometimes. He's fun to poke. But I do it with no animosity towards him. TJ really just deep-throated Vosh on stream. Will he get away with it? I don't see why not. Don't you think that his arguments are stupid? He is creating a stupid conversation to have that is really a waste of time conversation to have. No, because as much as I didn't agree with his take on drugs, it's not like that take is exclusive to him. So if I'm going to respond to that argument, I'd rather respond to it from him than from someone who is just totally irredeemably stupid. That's another thing about Vosh that I don't really... I can highlight something actually for you. I got these messages back to back almost this week. This one is Vosh is covering those old Anita Sarkeesian vids right now, and I'm finding it hilarious that he's saying the same shit you were saying almost 10 years ago, just affirming that her takes were always cringe and dumb. And I said, lol, Vosh is just an Amazing Atheist rerun. Like the next day, someone sent me, seen a bit of Vosh's stream yesterday. There was a bit where he was basically praised the old, bustier Lara Croft over the later, less busty version, and saying it's sexist to reduce her tits in order to take her more seriously. He was basically making the same points you were in your Lara Croft video, and given how much hate he already gets, this is probably going to be batshit crazy. And then I laughed and said, Vosh is just an Amazing Atheist ripoff. So the thing about that is that, I see a tremendous amount of similarities between myself and Vosh. And that's why when I see him giving an unnuanced take, there is an impulse in me to almost try to slip into that fatherly role of being like, no, son, that's not how you do it. But, at the end of the day, it would be weird and condescending for me to do that. But I think that impulse does exist inside of me. Because, one of the things I always kick myself for is, you know, I don't necessarily disavow all of the stuff I said about feminism back in the day, but I disavow the unnuanced way that I treated all feminism as a monolith instead of engaging in the more nuanced perspective that there are multiple kinds of feminism. There isn't feminism, all caps. There are feminisms, lowercase and with a S at the end. So that's an important distinction that I should have made at the time. And I have no excuse for not making it at the time because I knew that then. I just didn't want to be nuanced on the topic. I just wanted to be like, yeah, feminists suck. And that was a mistake. And so I hate to see Vosh engaging in some sort of topic with the same sort of disregard of nuance that I had because I was just addicted to being and feeling right. And that's the biggest problem I see with Vosh is that he's addicted. Not to caffeine, really, not even to Adderall. What he's really addicted to is that feeling of correctness. And, you know, it's a wonderful feeling. It's an intoxicating feeling. It's a beautiful feeling. But at the end of the day, every man, every woman, every person should always be open to the very real possibility that what they're saying is fucking wrong. And when you lose the ability to do that, that doesn't enhance you as a person. It diminishes you as a person. And I hate to see him diminish himself by becoming hopelessly addicted to the ether of being right or feeling right. So that's my basic read on that situation. Thank you for asking. Now back to the butt. You mellow with age, perhaps he will too. Yeah, I'm just trying to help him along. But it's probably unwelcome and unwanted. I mean, Paul and Vosh have a lot in common, too. I mean, you see Vosh berating his chat as a bunch of idiots just for asking follow-up questions to things he said, which is a total Paul move. Both Paul and Vosh think that their every prediction is just gold. Both Paul and Vosh will adjust their brains to make their previously wrong take right when they can. Both stubborn as hell. It's one of the reasons why a debate between the two of them is so fascinating to watch. Because in many respects, they're very similar. And I'm not to say that I don't have my own stubborn streak, but wow, those guys. Paul is way more mature. Well, Paul is way older. I mean, Paul should be more mature. He's been around longer. I also don't know how mature Paul really is at the end of the day. I think Paul has maturity, but you know, I honestly love the immature side of Paul more than I love the mature side of Paul. I love the Paul that laughs at fart jokes and you know, gets a fucking, you know, devious gleam in his eye as he fucking makes fun of me for something I fucking said or did, right? That's a cool Paul. You know, and I think Paul's always able to make me laugh at myself, which is a very valuable thing to have in a friend, I think. If you have a friend that can make you laugh at your own shit, that's always a valuable thing because it keeps you from being too filled with hubris. Maybe what Vosh really needs is that friend. Vosh needs that friend that makes him see the absurdity of himself sometimes. Because I think that one of the biggest problems he has at this point is he's blind to his own absurdity. And no one should be blind to their own absurdity, because everyone is absurd. Paul is bad at debates because he can't contain his emotions. I mean, this is just a very different style of argumentation. Because, you know, Paul and I come from a different era of YouTube when overt displays of emotion won you the debate. That was what was in. Being extraordinarily passionate and loud and vocal and forceful with your arguments was seen as a positive attribute. Things have changed, but Paul ain't changed. So there's that. You think Vosh got too big too quickly? No. I'm honestly surprised he's not bigger than he is. Maybe if he exhibited some of the traits I'm talking about, he would be. I don't know. I mean, he's getting way more views than my ass, so what would I know? Absurd. Yes, exactly. Debates are kind of dumb, to be honest. Yeah, I also, I guess having this butt up all the time might make this harder for Kuhlman to clip, so maybe I shouldn't be showing that the entire time that I'm talking. What was I about to, debates being dumb. My problem with debates is that they are inherently bad faith. Inherently. So we talk about, you're bad faith, you're bad faith. Both parties in any debate are bad faith because neither one of them is there to honestly evaluate an issue. They're both there to win a victory for their ideology. And that inherently means that they're not really truly willing to change in the course of the debate. And if a person's not really willing to change their mind, then they're not being open-minded. And if they're not being open-minded, then they're certainly not being charitable. And so they're inherently arguing in bad faith. So when you tell me that such and such had a bad faith debate, I say that's a redundancy. All debates are bad faith. And that's why I don't put much stock in them as anything more than just entertainment. I think debates can be somewhat valuable to the people listening to them if you have two interesting, intellectual perspectives that are being adversarial towards one another. But in real human dialogue, there should be open-mindedness, there should be charitability, there should be an attempt to understand the other person. And you don't get that in debates. And so maybe it's a good tool to understand the subject, but it's a really bad tool to understand human interaction. That might be a bit reductive. It might be. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. The debate is for the audience unless you personally debate with an open mind. Yeah, the debate is for the audience, like I said, but it's for the audience's entertainment and maybe their information. But it creates an adversarial tone in our discourse that I don't think is typically very productive. And I think a lot of the reason why so many issues are so deeply gridlocked is because everyone views everything in terms of adversarialism. And this goes right down to the foundation of our country. I mean, our country was founded by essentially lawyers. And how do lawyers come to the truth? You know, two sides take different positions and battle it out. And then another group decides the truth. Like, trials are really just debates. And our entire system is created by these people. So adversarialism is kind of baked in. That's why you have Democrat versus Republican, issue versus issue, good versus evil. Everyone wants to split it down the middle and say this side and that side. And I'm more of a fan of the idea that things are a gradient, and there is no simple way to split things down the middle. Why do people have so much hate for Demon Mama? People have hate for Demon Mama because she's a confident trans woman, and they find that threatening. I think that's usually it. There's probably other people who hate her for other reasons. I think that's why most people that hate her hate her. You're 100% right, TJ. I think life is just bad faith because we're looking for meaning in a meaningless universe. Look up Sartine bad faith. Sartrean. Sartrean bad faith? Yeah. I don't know. I don't like the idea that I'm 100% right. I used to like that idea. Let's say I'm 99% right. I just don't like her content? Sure, but not liking someone's content and hating them as a person are two vastly different things, or at least they should be. If I click on a video and I see a person delivering, you know, the message, and I don't like their voice, or I don't like the argument they made, or I find them too superficial or too ponderous, or whatever the case may be, I simply don't watch that person. I don't say to myself, I hate that person, and I'm going to be obsessed with them now. I just go, oh, that's the same for me, and move on with life. I think your channel has improved over the last year or two. One thing I don't get about the content strategy of Demon Mama is why Demon Mama does not ever put out any sort of like short form content whatsoever. It's always extraordinarily long streams or extraordinarily long clips from those streams that are almost as long as the streams themselves. And obviously there's an audience for that, but like, why no 5-minute content? Why no 15-minute content? Why no 20-minute content? Why does everything have to be so fucking long? It just seems like you're very much limiting the scope of your own audience at that point by not having some more digestible segments that could get people's foot in the door. I don't really understand it personally. I know that this is the day and the age of the streamer and that people like long form content and everyone's got their favorite voice they listen to. But I think it's also important to put out stuff for the people who don't want to commit to watching something that's 3 hours. Demon Mom is pretty cool. I just think her streams are way too long. I mean, that's basically what I just said. Brevity is the soul of wit. Yeah, but I don't know that wit is what Demon Mama is going for. I mean, when I've seen her content, it's primarily been deep dives into things. It's primarily been Demon Mama delving into a subject as thoroughly as she possibly can, and she's very good at it. and that's good, and that's all well and fine and dandy. But surely there are some subjects that she could address more quickly and make some shorter form content that would be more appealing to a casual viewer. And I just don't get why she doesn't do that. I don't know if it's because it has not occurred to her to do that, or if she's thought of it and then dismissed the idea and said, that's just not for me. Or maybe she doesn't want that more casual audience. Maybe she specifically only wants her audience to be filled with people who are willing to sit there and listen to her for an extended duration. And so maybe it's a way of weeding out people who are maybe too casual for her tastes. I don't know. I don't know what her reasoning is, but it does baffle me. Just describe what I don't like and can't get into. God forbid, that 8-hour-long stream was terrible take like the one you've discussed. I don't remember. The only take of Demon Mamas I remember discussing recently was that Trump is worse than George W. Bush, which I do not agree with. And I think it's hard to justify, given the fact that, George W. Bush led us into 2 disastrous and seemingly never-ending wars. Now, they have ended since, but they went on for quite some time and cost a lot of lives, a lot of money, and didn't really seem to accomplish much of anything. And so what did he buy with American blood? As far as I could tell, not much. So he will always be worse in my eyes than Trump, who at least never did that. Why does Paul hate trans people? Paul does not hate trans people. I don't even understand why you'd say that. All right. Well, I do think that we've abandoned hope pretty good for the evening. We've made it to the 4-hour, 14-minute mark. Although I was gone for a little, maybe like 10 minutes in the midst of that, or 15, something like that. And I did start a little bit after the counter started. So we'll say that I did about 3 hours, 50 minutes, 3 hours, 45 minutes, something along those lines, which I think is pretty good. I got a lot of segments out of it that can be released on my main channel. Oh, I'm going to turn the chat off for a second because I want to do this for Coolman. I don't know if Coolman's still in here, but he'll see this when he edits it. I just wanted to record a new ad because people are getting sick of the ad that we've placed in the videos, so I will do a much more brief ad for this service that Coolman can cut up and use. Let me see. How do I want to word this? Hey, if you like this clip, okay. Hey, if you like this clip, you might like the full stream, which I do every Sunday, more or less, over on the Pessimist Productions Patreon, link down below. Thank you kindly. All right. There's that. So thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I hope you all have a wonderful evening, and fare thee well. Stay warm. I guess my end screen is gone, so we'll just go back to the butts to take us out of this.